Yes, we can, yes.
That's good.
All right, you're on my to-do list, my ski coat questions.
Incredible.
It just takes me a minute to think about those.
That's fair.
Stuff you were saying, like there's money out there. Can we
I haven't touched it. Yeah, I haven't touched any of that. Yeah.
Oh, my glass. She's still.
really speaks to your point, Gloria, about upgrades.
Just a little.
We need a Space Force TV instead of Grassroots.
Thursday,
I guess we could not record these.
Test, sound.
I think we should.
no, shoot. Yeah, I could do that.
I think we should probably roll.
Okay.
Okay.
2 p.m. or 1 p.m.
It's 10 after.
Yeah.
The elementary school at 3:30.
Okay, that's fine.
We can re-record.
Yeah. Part of my like campaign to get to know department heads.
That's not working out.
I know. It's just,
We can iPhone
we could start
it.
if you'd like.
Perfect.
Should we iPhone it?
No, I'll figure out another
Okay.
way.
All right, sounds like we're good.
Oh, we are?
Thank you.
Angela, can you hear us?
She won't be able to hear us until Grassroots.
Okay.
Until we go live
Oh,
here.
it's happening.
I can hear you.
All right.
Hey.
Awesome.
Go.
Did you change your last minute? Well, good evening. Welcome to our Basalt Town Council meeting. It's Tuesday, May 26th. And we're starting with a work session. It's department introductions with engineering, events, the police department, and finance. I don't know how we want to do this exactly.
Yeah,
but I'll let
sure.
you Be master of ceremonies.
Absolutely. So I can introduce this for you all. This work session is a speed dating with department heads since they will not be at your retreat. So this is one way you get to know all of your department heads and the departments and what their priorities are and what they've been working on. And keep this in mind, you do have the slides that you can use in the retreat as well. So this hopefully is your FaceTime with the departments. Please ask questions. Basically this is your FaceTime with each department. So we'll start off with engineering here. And yeah. Go right ahead.
Thanks everyone for having me this evening. I'm happy to review some of what I do for the town, but ultimately I'm here to support all the town's various departments by delivering safe, reliable infrastructure and help technically guide responsible growth. The pictures here are a few of the projects we've worked on together over the last 5 years, just to remind you of where we've been a little bit. On these next 2 slides, I've distilled my duties into 6 categories. Yeah, engineering department, it's me and the mouse in my pocket. I've distilled it into 6 categories, and I'm happy to field any questions you have around these various things. Development review, I provide technical assistance to planning and building, giving comments on building and planning applications to be sure development meets the town engineering standards. I also sit on the town's technical review committee and weigh in on various developments through that and help oversee development funded public improvements like recently at Stotts Mill when they did all those public improvements, walking through that with a developer and staff to make sure everything is as we wish it would be. Public Works support, I work closely with the Public Works team and provide technical support to their work and projects as needed. I often help coordinate with public utility providers to try to make sure we minimize conflict. I'm pretty consistently working with Holy Cross Energy, Black Hills, and the Sand District as needed through various projects. Emergency services support. I act as the town's floodplain administrator. I've been a certified floodplain manager since 2008, and I also frequently support the needs of our fire and police department. Largely their concerns around access and other aspects of development. Next slide, please, Jane. And then capital improvement planning. I support the town council's priorities through financial and strategic planning of town assets. A lot of this is around budgeting, staff capacity and planning, and grant funding. And project management itself, I manage a diverse range of projects, both planning projects with kind of a long-term vision, and also construction projects with each phase from scoping and design to budgeting and bidding, contracting, construction, and through the warranty period, and then also trying to make sure we have enough public outreach throughout all of those projects. And finally, I manage the post committee. I manage those citizen meetings and try to make sure that the goals of that citizen committee align with council's goals, and act as a liaison between that group and town council to be sure the park and trails projects align with budgets and design decisions. And then on the last slide, that's just a list of the major projects we're working on this year. And a lot of those will continue into 2027, and I'm sure you'll hear more at your retreat, so I won't go over all of them now, unless you have specific questions that you'd like to address. But that's my speed dating summary. And and I can't remember if I'm the left brain or right brain, but next you'll get the other side of your brain.
Thanks, Catherine. Anybody have any questions? Or
Are you the only one in the town in the engineering department, or are there other? Okay.
I mean, Justin, our public works director, is a PE as well, so he and I really work together a lot on various things. But yeah, we also do have, I was going to mention, we have a contract with Roaring Fork Engineering as our on-call engineer, and they help us. We don't do design in-house, so they help us with design and other engineering needs come up throughout the year.
And I'll just add, that's changed over the years, the on-call engineer, just, for one reason or another, but yeah, they do all, help with surveying issues or whatever, things that kind of go beyond which you have time for
Yeah.
a lot of times.
Yeah, what does that mean, like on call?
So if something comes up and it's a relatively small scope, we don't have to go through a bidding process on every single project. We have them available to us to help with projects, mostly public works projects. And a significant amount of work comes up through the year. If it gets beyond a certain dollar amount, which I think is 50,000, I can't remember what their contract said.
Yeah, I think it's higher now.
Yeah, but beyond a certain dollar amount, we have to go out through a bidding process. But for smaller stuff, we're like, oh shoot, we got a flooding issue. You need to install a quick dry well. It allows us to expedite our processes and not get bogged down by some process.
Or to prepare an exhibit for an easement agreement that'll then come to council for approval. They'll help with things like that.
yeah, it's a nice arrangement that you guys have, where it's kind of manage that capacity that's not always steady. So
Yeah, exactly.
That's with Roaring Fork Engineering?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that contract gets renewed every few years. I think right now we have 3 years written in.
Yeah.
And we're probably 2 years or a year and a half in right now.
Cool.
thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Catherine. All right, next we have Brent.
Definitely the right brain. I'm Brent Compton, and I've been doing the concerts for a few years as a contractor, and was hired last year full-time in January. So I run the public arts and community events, also currently Partner of One, And I have some part-time staff we'll go over as well in the next few slides. Sarah, who is one of the senior planners, helps out with BPAC, Basalt Public Art Commission. And then part-time seasonal staff, mainly just during the day of concerts, Sunday market, and a few other events that we do. So these guys are on call and come in, and they're contractors that come in and help me out. And there's a few photos of them. And then we'll start with public art. Public art is something that we've been working really hard on, getting more pieces of art around town. And as you can see in the middle photo, we finally have plaques for all the pieces of art around town. And that was a project we really took a little initiative on, because it's respectful to the artist and to the piece to have identification of the sculpture. And same thing for murals. And on those plaques, you can actually scan them with your phone for QR code, and I'm working with Mitzi on that, but it spits it back to our website, basalt.net, and there's a section in there for BPAC, and that's what that QR code goes to. And the photo on the left, we did an art consignment call recently, and there's 4 sculptures going to go in Willits this summer is the goal. And we're working through the process there, and I got to send some of those to Jeff pretty soon to get contract agreements with the artist. But this is one that was identified on the left. And those are voted on by BPAC members, a citizen board that I help manage. And so we have 4 of those coming this summer, which is exciting. And then on the right is one of our older sculptures that I'm sure you guys all know about. And I put this photo on there because we've identified maintenance as an issue for a lot of the sculptures and murals too in town. So this fall our goal is to touch up that sculpture that everybody sees. And the next slide, please. Future projects. This photo was more of my humor because we are doing a call to artists for the roundabout in Willits. This will not be the sculpture, but we will go through a selection process and a call to artists on that, and that's coming up. The call will be this year, and we're going to see if we have the funding and timing to get it done this year, but more likely it's going to be in 2027 for the roundabout. Other projects we're working on is a mural project. I'm identifying 5 locations around Willits and downtown to do murals in the future, so that's coming up soon. And then our parks and trails, and we'll see this on a few slides later, there's a capital improvement, and part of that is a 10-year plan and looking at eventually doing sculptures or murals of some sort in the parks along the trails. And then the new police and public works building, we're looking to talk about, at least have the conversation about doing public art at the new building, if that gets done and when that gets done in 2027 or 8. Next slide, please. And this is the capital improvement plan. This is something that was put together before my time. It's kind of like a schedule of things for me to focus on and for BPAC to focus on, as far as the timing of when we rotate sculptures or when we want to add new sculptures in certain locations. So they've kind of identified a capital improvement plan, and this was approved by town council a couple of years ago. And part of this long-term plan is we were looking at call yourself creative designation with the town, and so we're working through that process currently of identifying downtown as a creative district. And the call yourself creative is kind of the first step of that process. And that's what I have for that slide.
What does that mean? Call yourself creative designation, like who's?
If you can go back to that previous slide, there's a little more detail on there. So the Call Yourself Creative is kind of like a stepping stone to becoming a creative arts district. And Colorado Creative Industries has, they have a guidelines that you go through to becoming a creative district.
Got it.
Becoming a certified district. And so the Call Yourself Creative is more of, there's like the vision, the there's like 10 steps to go through. I don't have them all in front of me, but it's basically kind of a guide to to certify your district as a creative arts district.
Certified by the who? Colorado.
Colorado Creative Industry.
Okay.
Carbondale's
Yeah.
creative district.
It is. It has that.
Yeah, there's, I don't know the exact number, I think it's 37 creative arts districts in the state. And there's another 60 that are Call Yourself Creative.
Okay.
So the goal is to get to the first step, and then if it's something we are able to do, we'll go for the full certification.
Besides all the steps leading up to that are probably good in and of themselves, like what are some of the benefits of becoming a creative district?
The benefits, for the most part, is that it kind of attracts people to come to your town. So it's a lot of like the wayfinding, a lot of the public art that we put out. Even the concert series is part of that. The streetscape that happened in Midland, like that's all a process of that becoming certified.
Yeah, those are all like intrinsically good in and of themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's other things that we haven't approached and done yet, and one of them is a like a creative space, like a public creative space downtown. So the art base kind of qualifies at that, but there's some different. You have to be able to make it open to the public for so many hours a day. So there's like different parts that we haven't done, and we're going to look at that and see if we can get it identified, follow through with it.
Cool.
Community events. I'm sure you guys have made it to the concerts, and if not, hopefully you will this year. And the community concerts the summer concert series is like the biggest thing that we do in my department. So part of what I do is booking the music, talking to all the vendors, the nonprofits that come to the concerts. We run the concessions, and the concessions go to help fund. It's a fundraiser for 10 nonprofits each year. Last year we did $4,800 for each nonprofit, so we divide it evenly over the 10 weeks. So it's a really cool community give back, which I like about the community events. And there's a lot of other things we do in the concerts. We do a green team that also helps nonprofits sign up to volunteer for the green team, and that's really a good thing we started this year, which I'm excited about, which is part of these cups, because their goal is to have less waste at the concert. So these are gifts for staff, but also you can buy these at the concerts, and the goal is for $1 off each drink. We're going to try to get people to use the reusable cups and bring them back each week after they hopefully wash them.
Have we considered working it so that people would use the cups, like they have to buy the cup? There are no disposable cups per se.
I have compostable cups as to give out for free, but I just feel like it'd be kind of tricky to force them to buy it. So I give them the option for the compostable one, but the benefit is you get that $1 off all summer, which I think will.
How much are the cups selling for?
15.
15.
Yeah.
So you would get paid back with 15 beers.
Correct. Or wine, whatever you want to put in it.
It's a lot of wine.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do 15 over the summer.
Only get 50 cents if you don't wash it, though, so.
Correct.
I mean, something interesting to look into, because I know there are, like I said, I went to a tennis tournament recently where they, you had to buy it, but it was, the cup was like essentially a souvenir cup. Probably not as nice as this, but probably cheaper. And that might, kind of drive it so people have to do it. There is a precedent out there. I know we're not talking about this per se, but just following on this.
No, it's a great thing to. I mean, I would love if we didn't use the compostable cups, just because it's another cost involved, and it is another waste that we have to deal with. I don't know. It'd be tricky. We could discuss it later.
See how this goes.
Yeah. And then I think another thing that's part of my job is I meet with town manager and the Chris from the chamber pretty often, and also Mitzi with communications, because these posters that get designed, like that's a big part of my job is editing, and I have to get them approved by the bands and make sure the font's okay. Like, there's a lot of steps behind those posters. So we're really excited to have Mitzi in-house to do those because she does a really good job. I mean, we did a poster competition and it wasn't quite what we were looking for. So these are, I don't know, these are great. I love having Mitzi on staff, so it's great.
Yeah, they're really good. You guys should do like maybe a limited print run or something.
What's that?
A little limited print run and give it, I don't know, like, you know, give them out to people and stuff. It would be kind of cool.
Yeah, we tried my first year at the concerts, and it could have just been the design. We tried with shirts and posters to sell them, and it just, nobody was buying them. So we ended up giving them away from the stage at the last couple concerts, and so I haven't looked at making enough to sell, because I mean, these would probably sell, but they're also, they have sponsor logos on some of them, and that's kind of probably why people don't want to purchase them, but the sponsors, there's another thing that we started a few years ago and really helps out with the concerts, because it's not a huge chunk of the change that it costs to run these concerts, but it's so helpful because it helps with being able to book certain bands, which is nice.
What is the budget typically?
The concert budget itself, well, the events itself is $250,000 for the actual events. I think around 200 probably goes into the actual concerts, and that includes River Jam. So all three of those, and it does Earth. I mean, there's a whole list coming up, but there's Earth Day, Bike to Work. There's a lot, the holiday events, the tree lighting, like all that goes into out of the same fund. So the summer series definitely is the majority of that. And there's the list. So one that I would add would be the Basalt 125 on October 10th to put on your calendars, because we're starting to build that out, because this is Basalt's 125th anniversary, and that is going to be in Albany Park. And we're kind of in the planning phase of that, looking at what we're actually going to do, so I can't release too many details today, but that one's exciting because we're moving out of the park, going over to the barn. I'll be right in front of the barn, working with the Heritage Society on that one as well to have the barn open for the event, which will be kind of fun. Future events, I'm working with the library to do movies in the park. That's been suggested by quite a few people. We were holding off on it in the past because we didn't want to compete with the movie theater, but as you know, that's not there anymore. So we're looking at maybe even a fall couple of movies in the park just to kind of test it out. I think that's going to be pretty well received, and we'll see how it goes.
It'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think people will like that.
What's that?
I think people will like it for sure.
Yeah, I do too. I just got to see how it's going to be, what the cost and how it's going to go. So that's why we talked about doing just a couple of those. And then just researching, what other towns do and trying to look at our downtimes in town, the spring and fall and winter, to add more events, plug them in there, because it is an economic driver for anything that we do event-wise. We've noticed town is busy during and after those events, so we're trying to look at other times to do different types of little pop-up events to get more people in town. One more. These are the posters, and then I can probably move on to, I believe, the last slide. And this is a view of one of the concerts last year, and hope to see you guys there. And if you got any questions, I'd love to answer. That's all I got for events and public art.
No, I like it. The only thing I'd written down was just as an idea under future events and things. Like, I like everything that you've been doing. Just like something like I know Soup School up in Aspen's been great. Things for like restaurants to kind of get involved and get people out on the street and just kind of like walking around sampling food.
Yeah, I think
Would be
that's
awesome.
great. We even talked to like a chili cook-off or something.
Exactly.
Any of
Yeah.
those things would be.
Yeah, something like that.
And that comes from Chris of the Chamber too. She really thinks like a fall harvest type anything in that period, because she sees she sees the businesses and so that's the downtime. It's a good time to do something. So
Yep.
it would be good.
I like it. Cool.
Anything else?
Thanks, Brent.
Yeah,
What
thank
does
you
PACE
guys.
stand for?
What was that?
What does PACE stand for?
Public Arts and Community Events
Okay.
Manager. So it's a lot of.
Are you familiar with the Bear Tracks Walk?
little bit.
Albany.
Yes.
It's cool, you know, it reflects on the history of Basalt. People enjoy taking that walk up, and it leads to the pool, which is a nice destination. The caboose, I think, should be activated at some level, especially in the summer. The QR code at the front door, that would be great. I think maybe coordinating with Crown Mountain and some of the events they have, and potentially offering, when they're bringing in, not necessarily a concert, but a tournament. There was a couple tournaments there, and people don't really, they think Basalt is Willits. When they go, oh, I love the new town. Well, there's an old town called Basalt too. So maybe look at that. There's a lot of opportunity out there for those things. And you know, Battle of the Bands, some of those tried and true movies in the park. The 100th anniversary was in the Albany Park with a potluck attached to it, which was cool. It might be too big a community to do that now.
No, we're thinking about it.
Yeah, that's on the.
fun.
At least a pie baking contest.
Yeah, and we had you know, when it was, there was other things going on in the community too at the same time, like River Days and posters. I don't know if I can show you one that Judy Haas did, who's now has a gallery in Telluride. It was amazing with River Days.
I'd love to see all the old posters, because that's stuff that triggers my brain for ideas too.
Yeah, that'd be great. So I'll bring it by.
Sweet, that'd be
Got
great. Thank you.
a bunch of them.
These will age well too.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, thank you.
The Valley Youth Film Festival too was a big deal, where the high schools all produced their own films. It was headed up by 3 seniors from Basalt High School that got that film. And they're all in movie production today, so they made a career out of it. Anything we can do to get the local feeling out there. I know being part of what is the term, the community, the creative district.
Creative Arts District, right?
Yeah, and, you know, yeah, there's 60 of them, so there's a lot of people tagging onto that, but we've always relied on our confluence of the rivers for us to be branded. So other things are, there's bicycle, there's creative stuff, there's all kinds of interesting designations. We were 14 miles from the largest resort in North America, so it's definitely a two-edged sword.
Like all those.
All right, who's up next? Thanks, Brent.
Nice. Now we have our police department. Chief Munch here.
Hello all, good evening, Aaron Munch for the Police Department. My first slide, I wanted to start with this. I thought it was probably the most important, just because this is everything we do is driven by our mission, values, and vision. In front of you, I did put a patch and a coin for each of you as a little gift. You'll see on our patch that we wear on our shoulders every day is our core values, and on the back of our challenge coin is our mission statement of do the right things for the right reasons all the time. I think it's a great mission statement. It's nice and simple, and you can apply it to everything that we do on and off duty. Really, we've kind of just taken that on. So, next slide, please. In regards to our employees, when we are fully staffed, we have 14 employees. You'll see there, of the 12 sworn, myself, 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 1 detective, 1 school resource officer, and 6 patrol. And then we transitioned a short time ago, we transitioned one of our sworn staff to a non-sworn community resource officer. Much of you might have met probably Rachel Fenton. She does a great job, so she's doing everything from kind of code enforcement, from dogs to birds to parking, you name it. But she's in a non-sworn capacity. And then we have 1 administrative assistant, Dina Prieto, who does a ton. Our current status, we just sent Officer Brian O'Reilly out on his own. He just got out of our field training program, so you'll see him out and about. Behind me is one of our newest officers, Laura Gutierrez. I brought her along tonight just to say hey and put a face to the name. She is in field training, and she'll be in that for a while. So, but I'm sure she'll get through it just fine. And then we have another officer that we just, well, I should say employee, that we just are trying to bring on board, hopefully June 15th, to fill another slot. He is looking for housing. He has made it through the police academy, but he is shortly on with us, and then we still have one opening. So that's kind of where we're at as a capacity right now. So,
What housing type?
I'm sorry?
What housing type? Or we can talk about that later, but
The housing for him?
yeah, we can chat later.
Okay, okay, no problem. Thanks. Shifts. So our patrol officers work a Panama 12, if you're familiar with it. This just means every other weekend off. It has been nice, especially for those with families and activities and what have you, tournaments every weekend that they can actually get to. It is a 12-hour shift. We rotate every 2 months from when we're fully staffed to a day shift, mid shift to night shift. So thankfully, throughout an entire year, you're really only working 4 months of nights during the year. So a little better on the system. Try to be a little healthier. Our community resource officer, Rachel, she does work a 10-hour shift Monday through Thursday. And then admin and our school resource officer is during the week, same as all of us. Some calls for service. This was a graph from our mailer that was just sent out as well. It just shows kind of our calls as they've gone over the years. I put this proactive versus reactive. This really depends on the number of calls for service. It all depends on number of staff to how busy we are. There's all kinds of issues that can go into this. It definitely varies there's so many variables, I guess, is the main thing here. I put a lot of different types of calls on here. This is not the full extent of what we do, just kind of some more common things that we unfortunately deal with. So just for information where you're at. 2026, we are on pace to be pretty close to 2025 numbers as of right now. But again, the summer could change all of that. And as we get more staff, we may see more numbers, higher numbers as well. Next one, some of the different things that we do for events and outreach. The Community Police Academy, that starts June 18th. This will be our 8th year that we've been doing it. National Night Out is a good event, first Tuesday in August. Every year, it's a good, fun community party that we hold. Shop with a Cop is a Christmas time event that the school district usually identifies some needy families that we will take their children and go shop with them for a night, which is fun. Coffee with a Cop, we just did that event. Our school resource officer holds some bike rodeos, mainly towards the end of the year. Active Harmer training, we hold this as more of an educational thing for businesses if they reach out to us and hold that training in regards to what it might look like if an unfortunate event happens at those spots. Same thing for bank security procedures, just something that we will one-on-one with their employees on alarms and bad calls we might have to deal with. And then at the PD, we have a medication drop box take back. So if you don't have to flush or throw away your old medications, they can just drop them in anonymously, and then we'll take care of them, send them off to the DEA for proper disposal. Last slide. Just some future hopeful requests that we kind of think about. I put the 2 or more plus patrol officers on here. We seem to be always short on shifts, whether it's someone on vacation or training, someone hurt. We run short shifts, unfortunately, and that can be interesting with one person on shift in the middle of the night when you get an interesting call. So that would be a good request. An additional administrative assistant, if you want to see someone do the job of 5 people, come watch Dina work. She is a hustler and gets it done, but it would be helpful for the amount of requests that we get and all the things that she's doing, try to spread that work out for her. The SRO. So we have 2 main campuses, but only one SRO. So our SRO is always bouncing back and forth, and it just, to be honest, it scares me. I don't like having a school campus unattended, and having an additional SRO would have both campuses covered at all times, really. I put on there the license plate reader. Well, we've used the technology with other agencies around us to actually solve cases, and I think it would be very helpful for us to continue being successful in solving cases. And then the last one on here is a drone as first responder. I don't know if some of you are familiar with it, but it's just it's a capability where a drone is located in a certain location. It could be, if I had a computer in front of me, I could launch it from, let's say it's on top of Whole Foods, and you could get eyes on a crash scene or something where we're stuck in traffic on 82, as all of us are most of the time. But you could get eyes on certain crimes and crash scenes and get better responses, more of a size up. So again, bigger requests, but just wanted to throw it out there. So hopefully I went fast. Sorry, not very fast.
That was great.
Any questions?
The only question I had, and actually was in your the monthly staff report talking about with drones, caught my attention. There was like the drone symposium in Carbondale.
Yeah.
That you sent some folks to. Just things. I don't know. Does Reefer have any drones?
They have one. Yeah, we have one as well, about the same size. It's like a mid-sized drone, and then we have 2 that are used for indoor. Any actions indoor, they can be used. They're very
Very
tiny.
small. Yeah.
We have 3 right now. Yeah, but those were just like, you have to take those out and move those. The whole DFR thing is.
Yeah.
Pitkin County is actually going to that for canyon responses here shortly. You guys will probably see that come about. Yeah.
And then also just like keep in mind like Mountain Rescue has drones. And it's pretty powerful drones.
Yes.
And so we've definitely worked with, like Aspen PD or Pitkin County Sheriff when it's like searches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We've helped with that.
I am familiar. Yes, and I'm familiar with their capabilities. They're very good drones. Yeah.
What's the difference or purpose between the non-sworn officer and then the rest of the folks?
So sworn has the capability like arrest powers, usually carrying a gun, handcuffs, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Non-sworn is more of a, I wouldn't say civil, but it's no arrest powers is really what it comes down to. No academy. Is non-sworn, does not go to the academy, can be brought on at any time and be plugged into any position, not arrest powers, really. Yeah.
And is the idea that they move in that direction, or is that there to stay?
That's up to them. And I don't ever want to, I'd love to see Rachel at some point move into a sworn position, but I want to make sure she would be ready for it too. I would never want to force that on anyone. So it would have to be with her own comfortable levels, so, or comfort level. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a comment. Just thank you so much for all the hard work and effort you've put into the new facility we're trying to pull out of the hat. That meeting with Vold last week was really good, and I really enjoyed listening to you and hearing what you had to say about this and how much homework you've done already to get it off the ground, and along with engineering and Justin and Doug. It was really a very powerful thing to be at, seeing how strongly you guys are collaborating, and it just feels like a different environment to me, from the last conversation we had a year or so ago about this same thing. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have finance.
So we gotta go fast. So we're a team of 3, and I gave my little nicknames to everyone. Doug really likes the click
way too much, so he's Mr. Clicker. And I call myself the professional paper pusher. And Vanessa is my little Padawan that's so excited to always be learning and wanting to constantly do more. So couldn't ask for better for a team of 3.
Exactly.
Go, yep. So we're gonna call this our domains. I call it hats as well. So these are kind of our main areas that we do within the town.
The revenue, we have townwide across all our funds, probably 22 or so million in budgeted revenue. I'd say much of that is 70% of it or so is property tax, sales tax, franchise taxes. And we have grants and intergovernmental revenue and our RETAs from transfers of real estate tax. And we have, I did mention, our lodging tax and tobacco tax when we are also rounding out our tax domain, if you will. And then really, I think the next part is just charges for services, which is led by Matt Kay. He has his pool in our recreation department. Generates quite a bit of revenue. It's not really marginable, but still revenue. And then we have our interest income that we're continued to accrue. So that's really every month. We go through the revenue and see what's there, what's not there. More importantly, what's not there that should be there. And then take the next several here.
And then we do all HR and payroll in-house. So we're about 45 full-time employees with you guys. And then in the summer, it picks up a lot with all the part-time pool seasonal kids. So we're about ready to get all new paperwork here. We do all the benefits and the retention and work closely with Gloria in the HR role as well to constantly keep updating our stuff. You saw that with our handbook last time. And then accounts payable as well, all AP checks that you see at the end of the packet every 2 weeks. Runs about 120 invoices every check run. So there's a lot of paper pushing. That's why I call myself the professional paper pusher. And then we also manage the procurement policies within that realm as well. And then we also manage the IT. We do contract that out to Iron Edge, which once was Provelocity. But we do monitor that contract and meet with them regularly, try to make sure our security is up to date and where we should be. Also try to do internal security monitoring with our employees so that we are not clicking things that we're not supposed to. Yep.
And then just rounding out, just going around the circle here, debt, we don't have much debt right now, which is a good thing. But as we enter into the budget season and into council retreat, we'll be talking about how various initiatives are going to be funded, and it will likely involve, most probably involve issuance of some sort of debt or multiple levels of debt as we assemble the stacks. These next 2 areas, audit and financial, budget and capital, this really is the bread and butter of the finance area. It's a tag team with Jenny and myself putting together the audit. You'll be hearing about that second council meeting in June, wrapping that up, oversight of all our funds. We did receive our GFOA designation for reporting, so hooray, right? So we got that going for us. And pretty much uneventful audit, I think, is what we're going to find. And then on the budgeting capital side, that's the second biggest thing we do. Begins in July and wraps up like in November. And it was really assembling the budget for the next fiscal year. And that was the other thing that we applied for and received the GFOA designation for. So I think on the budgeting side, I think Gloria will be her first spin, not for a budget, but for the town's budget. And so she'll likely have some unique ways and value-added ways of assembling our budget. So I think between, again, Jenny's been real granular with me on the ClearGov program and getting that data assembled And I believe it's been a pretty collaborative process generally with the department heads assembling what, separating the wheat from the chaff, needs from the wants, and kind of how we can afford to go forward with certain things. So that's what we pretty much do. I didn't mention in the water fund, there's 950 bills that go out every quarter, and this is really Vanessa's on point on that. So she's also processing 950 payments 4 times a year. So it's a little bit of a lift, doing that. So it's sort of like the, unsung hero on taking care of a lot of that.
But we've gone a lot more less paper checks and a lot more electronic payments. So now just shifting that on importing payments and getting them to the right bucket versus manually depositing in a check, which takes a lot less time.
Right. And we do it 4 times a year. If we go monthly, that'd be 12 times a year. 3 times as much work.
We need another Vanessa.
So there you go.
How much time do you spend on IT? See, that's like pushed into your bucket,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably the smaller one of them. I mean, that's why we outsource it too and rely on, good relationships with them. But that's always the push and pull with Provelocity going into a bigger corporation. It's, some good stuff because they can monitor our system better, but that local, what would you call it?
Hands-on.
Yeah,
Boots
when
on the ground,
when you expect something, you want it now.
Yeah.
It's kind of has to go through the pipeline a little bit, which can be frustrating, but.
and so like managing the website, is that done by this?
Oh, pretty much every department kind of has their hands in the website. We, again, wear a lot of different hats, but a lot of our pages, we manage our own pages.
Individual pages?
Yeah. And Lonnie at the front desk, she does a lot of the website as well.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good job, Danny.
Good job, Doug.
All right, so you will have another round of these in the next meeting as well. But hopefully this gives you an idea of who you're prioritizing and what projects they have and what needs they have. So, yeah, that's our spiel.
Thank you. We're running a little behind here. We're going to take a quick break and then start our regular meeting in about 10 minutes or so. So, thanks, everybody. Good evening and welcome back to our regular Basalt Town Council meeting. Today's Tuesday, May 26th. We had a work session earlier on department introductions for several of our departments. Before we get started, I just want to remind everybody about how to join the meeting. If you'd like to join via Zoom, you just need to go to basalt.net, click on the Agendas and Minutes tab, and then find the May 26th meeting packet, and then the instructions are there to join so you're able to make comments and participate in the meeting. So with that, I will call the meeting to order, and Pam, will you please call the roll?
I will do so, sir. Okay, let us begin with Elise Hoddle.
Present.
Angela Anderson.
Here.
Rick Stevens.
Here.
Hannah Berman.
Here.
Angel Dupre-Bouchard.
Here.
Greg Shaffron.
Here.
And David Knight.
Here.
Motion carries. Thank you. Motion carries. Everybody's here. Sorry.
One of those days.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, next up, we have our consent agenda, item 2, which is item 2A, approved tobacco tax grant recommendations from the Vail Board, resolution number, or 2B, resolution number 25, series of 2026, adopting a revocable license agreement with Mountain Rescue for use of town property. 2C is continued to June 9th, 2026, the public hearing for 555 Basalt Avenue development application for special review, PUD amendments, and associated development review actions for 54 commercial storage units and 47 residential units. Item 2D, resolution number 26, series of 2026, approving an application for annexation and zoning certain municipally owned real property annexed to the town located at 10526 Highway 82, I think that should say. So I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented. Unless anyone has anything to take off.
I was just going to mention that I would need to recuse myself from 2B, because I'm on the board for Mountain Rescue.
Okay.
It's 20526 on the license agreement.
So as a, so let's amend that on 2D, 20526 Highway 82. Are you good with that, Hannah?
Yeah.
And then, real quick, sorry. On the license agreement for Mountain Rescue, the resolution does give me some authority to make some edits to that agreement. There were some edits from Mountain Rescue, which is to allow for some additional equipment and to extend the term through the end of October. And so those were handed out and circulated earlier today. So if we could have the resolution 2 to be approved with those amendments, that would be great. Anna?
Mayor, I move that the town council approve the consent agenda items as amended.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We can do voice vote, and we just...
And he's just kind of, Greg, just kind of a line item recusal on 2B.
Perfect. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much. Next up, we have our item 3, which is call to the public. So just some ground rules. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and address your comments directly to me. Identify yourself by name and address when making comments, and you, please sign it in the back of the room. Comments should be courteous, civil, and constructive, and town council will make no decision or take action except to direct the town manager. So the floor is open. I'm going to grab a clock and fire this thing off if somebody wants to go up and talk. Anyone, is anyone interested in making public comments? All right.
April's got her hand up too.
And April, we'll come to you next, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Monica Muniz, and I live at Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park, 5387, County Road 154, number 79, Glenwood Springs. We are aware of and supportive of your efforts to build and acquire workforce housing. And just want to point out the value of a contribution like this, where you're helping 100 families with as little as $100,000 to $200,000, whereas that would only be helping one family in other affordable housing projects. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
April, would you like to go next?
Hi, April. If you unmute, you can speak to the council.
Okay, can you all hear me but just not see me?
Correct.
And I don't have an option to turn my video on?
Either way, we can hear you great, though. Whatever you.
Okay, I'll just carry forward. Hi, everyone, I'm April Long. I'm the Executive Director of the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. You just heard from Monica. She was intending to go after me, and so I'll put her comments into context. But we're speaking with you tonight about the Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park, which is located between Glenwood Springs and Carbondale in unincorporated Garfield County. And many of you are aware, I know this has come before several of the council before the new council was seated, through public comment to make you aware of the situation there, but their mobile home park is for sale for the second time in 5 years, this time for a price of $23 million. And that price, while the residents have very quickly and efficiently organized themselves to try to buy the park themselves, and they have the right to do so through a Colorado law, the ability to repay a loan on that amount would make their repayment costs too high. And so the Housing Coalition has been asked to help all of the local governments coordinate together to provide some amount of subsidy that makes this option a viable option for the residents. This is an option for resident ownership and for them to buy the park themselves. And so the Housing Coalition has been working with Mountain Voices Project and the residents to pull together a subsidy that makes those lot rents more affordable. We've targeted that amount at $10 million at this point, which would mean that they still need to get loans to the tune of about $15 million. They have lenders in line to give very low interest, below market rate loans that could make that possible. But the $10 million is the part that we've been working on. The Housing Coalition has set a goal to try to get local government contributions to $6 million, and I'm here to report that we're really well on our way to doing so. We have pulled together $5.5 million. That's $1.5 million from Pitkin County, $2 million from Aspen, $1 million from Snowmass, $1 million from Carbondale, and recently $50,000 from the Basalt Sanitation District. So huge thank you to them for contributing to this effort. I think I missed Glenwood Springs is in for $500,000. That brings our total up to $5.55 million. And our goal again is $6 million for local government contributions. The residents in Mountain Voices Project have also raised $1 million from private donors and are still pursuing other private donors, and we have some that are very interested in contributing to this effort to get us to that goal of $10 million. So we're asking Basalt to reconsider your contribution tonight. Again, our goal is to get to $6 million. That's a $450,000 additional contributions that we need, and so we were asking Basalt to reconsider that. It would be a commitment to the purchase of the park.
April, we're at 3 minutes. If you could begin wrapping up here, please.
Sure. It would be a commitment to the purchase of the park and would not be required to be funded until and unless the residents are successful in making their offer and in closing on the property in October.
Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate that information and update and comments.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we'll go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, which is mayor and council reports and comments. So the floor is open.
Yeah, real quickly, I really liked the flyer that came out in the mail about the Public Works and Police Facility. I checked with a few of my neighbors, and they hadn't seen it, so I'm not sure.
So yeah, it went to registered voters in Basalt. So if they're not registered in Basalt, then they wouldn't have received it.
They are.
They are? Okay.
So
Interesting.
I'll take it to Basalt Print and hand it out door to door.
When was it mailed?
2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
No,
I didn't
a week
receive-
ago.
I didn't receive it either.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that either.
Yeah.
I got it.
I received it, but I know, like, however the texts, I never get those. And it's not, there are some data, I don't want to say issue, but there's some squirreliness with the data, I think sometimes. Because I think it's there's the state, but then there's, I think, also some historical stuff that gets merged with it.
Well, I thought it was unusual that they asked 3 people and none of them had seen it right adjacent to us, so.
I'll reach out to
And
them.
then, I'd really like to hear a little bit about the Pickens County Whitewater Park and when that is anticipated to be finished. Because that thing seems to,
Yeah,
it's nice for the road, but.
and Justin did put an update in his
Did? Okay.
report there. We did just meet with them, talking about the IGA and moving forward with maintenance on that.
Are we anticipating we're moving forward with maintenance on that?
No, so making sure that we have agreements with Pickens County so they maintain it.
Thanks.
But do you know when the construction will finish off the top of your head?
Justin, when did they say?
hear all the conversations.
Oh, just when the Whitewater Park would be finished.
Yeah.
We just met with them.
So, there's going to be some conversations in the next couple days about whether they're talking internally about opening it up fully within the coming weeks, minus the prefabricated bathroom. So I think their intention is to open it up as much as they can here for the summer season.
Does that mean they're done with construction? Or
So
just
they
like
were-
stopping construction for the summer season?
So they're working on finishing sidewalks, making the boardwalk connections, and there's some landscape and grading that they're finishing up. So that's, happening as we speak, was happening last week. So they were trying to see how far they got along, and then they were going to talk internally on when and how much of the park they want to open up. But how I understand it, in the next couple weeks, they'd like to open it up more to the public. And the only thing that is left is the prefabricated bathroom that is set to ship this fall.
Are they doing the fencing? Are they pulling the fencing all the way down?
There will be a wooden fence along the right-of-way
Yeah.
between the separation of the road and the park.
Kind of like the fence that's there, that'll just continue.
I saw them working on it today, I think.
Yeah, just like the split rail is there, yeah.
Yeah, I can circle around with them and get more firm dates through to Gloria here next day or two.
I think the Elk Run condos are really losing their patience. But not the fault of the town of Basalt. And it's going to be a great water park when it's done, but yeah, I lived there in 2018 and they were working on that area. So just like the repeated project. So if we could get some firm dates, I just know that would be appreciated.
No. Yep. We'll get
Thanks.
that to you all.
I had one, it's possible that this was stated last meeting, but since there was no audio, I'm not sure. Congratulations, I want to say congratulations to all of our students from Basalt that have graduated or are graduating, including the high schoolers that are moving off to do great grand things in the world, our middle schoolers that are graduating and going on to high school, and then our little fourth graders who are graduating on Monday and going into the middle school. 10 of those fourth grade students, I was told, earned a Bilingual Pathways Award, which means that they have demonstrated bilingualism in Spanish and English, which I think is awesome and speaks to the bilanguage program at the elementary school. And on that same note with the schools, wanted to just note that our schools, the elementary school and all of our schools, are open for enrollment for the next school year if anybody's interested. One of the reasons that this has become important to me is because overall enrollment is trending down here in Basalt and pretty much everywhere else in the entire valley, but I think we face a particularly unique challenge in Basalt because we are closest to Aspen. And so some of our families feel that draw to go up to Aspen because they also have declining enrollment, so they've opened their enrollment. So if you want to learn more about the Basalt schools, I'm sure that they would be happy to talk to you and give you tours. Go Longhorns.
Actually, on that note, unfortunately, I didn't remember this until you just said that, so I don't have the details, but we had a number of Basalt High School track athletes that went to state finals, and I don't know how they did, but that's amazing that they went to state finals. And there's also an art show Thursday, the 28th, this Thursday. So hopefully we can find out some more details on that. But
You know, that triggers something that I've been thinking about too, back in the day when we don't have a coordinated calendar with the school district for their events and the town's events. So home games, parades, you know, art shows, they don't show up. Unless you search the high school or Basalt School's website. It'd be nice to connect those.
Anyone else?
I had a question. What happens from there was no minutes from our meeting from last 2 weeks ago. What happens with that?
There will be minutes.
Yeah, there will.
Eventually.
It just takes.
As soon as Pam can hear them.
Exactly, because you had recorded it, the
Yeah.
audio, so you have to like listen to the audio,
Yeah,
which is
Amy-
probably maybe hard to hear.
Amy said that she was able to overlay it. I didn't hear it last week. So when I spoke with her this afternoon, she said that she had overlaid it. And it seems to be up and running, but I wasn't able to hear it today. All I was able to get into was the current meeting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I tried to listen as
it was today.
late as, whenever I emailed you, so 2 p.m. maybe, and there was nothing.
So we'll follow up on that.
When you say you try to listen like the YouTube savings, so that's got audio now
That's on the Basalt, like if you Google Basalt Town Council recorded meetings, it takes you to a Basalt site that then takes you to YouTube.
Got it.
And there was no audio.
Yeah.
Every time I tried,
But there
again,
will be.
saying the latest
Got
being
it.
2 p.m. today.
Got it.
And typically, we would, like, if there were technical difficulties, we would be approving the minutes
Yeah.
from the last meeting today, and then those would be published.
Yeah.
This is kind of
And I guess that kind of ties into my other thing that I've in the past 2 weeks I've learned is I attended my first emergency management committee, and sometimes I feel like coming in I'm like a new set of eyes looking at things. And one thing that I noticed in that meeting that took away is there's a kind of like a threat assessment document they have, and one of the things they've talked about is like cyber threats, for lack of a better word, of like the IT infrastructure being a high risk, but not a lot necessarily like a cohesive defense strategy, I think maybe for some of that. There's a lot of talk of wildfire and flooding. I think those things we could kind of visualize pretty easy. But I just think that, even just the work session, we see the departments, like how IT is like completely offset. I just think it's something that I think we should look at as just doing like an audit of like what is our IT stack, what are our vulnerabilities. I know a lot of places that I've worked coming on board, you have to go through like a phishing training on links and stuff like that and reviewing that. I don't know the last time that was done, kind of with the time.
We have a security assessment done once a year, a company
Okay.
called Coalition.
Perfect.
And then we have been trying to get this know before training off the ground. And it's a long story, but Active Directory really needed to be scrubbed up. And that's been done now. And we have a new contact now with Iron Edge. So it's not lost on me, the importance of doing it.
Okay.
So it's not like nothing's being done. It's just not
It is,
happening.
okay.
You see it.
And when I say nothing's been done, I should take that back. Things are certainly being done. When I brought that up, like the county's got stuff, everybody's kind of handling it. I just wanted to see, I didn't know that it happens yearly. I think that's important. So that's all I kind of wanted to bring up. Make sure that's getting done.
I can send it to you if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. And then also like the IT infrastructure, like not having the meeting working online, last meeting I felt was a problem. And it really limits the ability that people have to like tune in and pay attention to what's going on. For sure. So I just don't know if that's something we want to like look at, prioritize, review.
Is it worth instructing staff to look into upgrades or alternate options?
It's kind of what I'm leaning at, like what I'm thinking towards.
Do we understand what the root cause of the outage of audio was last time? Do we know like definitively what caused that?
I believe there was a,
Or at least what domain, like, was it Grassroots, was it, Zoom, I don't know.
yeah, I'm not sure, I think it was a grassroots thing at that point. And I think not Amy here, but Amy Gobb, who was in charge of the government channels for grassroots. I think she discovered that a button hadn't been pushed and it hadn't been mentioned, so, but, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's important to like understand what the root cause is, and to Greg's point though, if there's something like a systemic or a problem in that it occurs regularly, then we need to figure out something else to
Yeah,
do.
this was an anomaly. This was just.
We're also thinking there might be a corrupt file that's messing with the audio and stuff like that. Because there was, like today, I came in, the volume wasn't working again, and now my still minutes, everything's working. So I think we might have to do this setting.
So for those who are going to hear, there might have been an issue with the corrupt file. I'll leave it at that, affecting the audio. I share kind of your concerns. I think all of us do. Maybe this is a topic for the retreat, because it's kind of in that tools, ways of working, going forward. How can we make sure? Because I know that was inconvenient for some folks who were, wanting to see what was going on with some of the things last time. So.
It could just be such a high impact event.
Yeah.
It's,
And then, now we can just live stream it ourselves on YouTube or Facebook.
Yeah.
You don't really need an intermediary as much. And I know that it's great to work with grassroots, but things have changed and we could be more in control so that there's not an issue with somebody pushing a button. We push the button ourselves.
and on that question, that makes me bring up like all of the citizen boards and committees. Those aren't always recorded, right? Or they are?
I'm not sure which are and which aren't.
No, they're not broadcast.
But that's something else that we could look at, because Angela's right. There, it's pretty, I would say low.
Not recorded?
It's pretty low impact.
Minutes.
Live streaming
Minutes are
stuff these
posted.
days.
They have
I
minutes.
just would like to find more ways for people to be able to engage and pay attention to what's going on and be a part of it.
Well, they're welcome to come to the meetings. We don't record them, apparently, not all of them.
Sometimes people just can't make them, right? They're middle of the day, just like it doesn't always work for somebody's schedule, and just because they can't make it in person doesn't mean they might not want to watch it afterwards. Or, we read things and it says, oh, like this committee suggested this or approved this, or
We can talk about
I don't know.
recording and broadcasting, but
I'd rather, we're not going to solution anything, or
Yeah.
should be
No.
right now, but I think this is a topic that everybody seems a little interested in, how we can
that's
find
it.
another gear and upgrade.
Yes,
this.
before solutions, I'm just kind of trying to, exactly.
Yeah. Cool. No great comments. Any other comments?
I did find the timing of the art show. So the opening reception for the Basalt High School Art Show is Thursday, May 28th from 5 to 7 p.m.
where is it?
Everything.
At the high school.
It's in there, yeah, because I went when our daughter graduated like 2 years ago, and there's some really impressive stuff that those kids put up, so.
Yeah, kids are
It's
good.
just in their little like lobby, rec room or the cafeteria room right there when you walk in.
Anything down here? So only comments I had, I wanted to give a thanks to the pool staff for helping with our scout swim test yesterday. That was, everyone passed, including the adults, because we have to take it too, in order to go rafting over the summer. So
David?
we all passed our swim tests, and you have to float and swim on your back a bit, and then do some kind of stroke for the rest. But so that was cool. And then I maybe a lot of you saw this already, but I just want to make sure everyone was aware. The overdue $40 million in Shoshone funding came through that was at the end of the Biden administration, and then was frozen at the beginning of the Trump administration, and now that has been released. And there was a lot of bipartisan effort there. There was a lot of a lot to that political backdrop. I'll just leave it at that. But the good news is it's released. I think they're at 97 of 99 million now for those in-stream rights. And then they just got to get through water court. And if that goes the way it's supposed to, we're just basically going to be able to preserve the Colorado River the way it is, even if Shoshone, the power plant, is not running. So I think that's pretty exciting news. And hopefully there's more money like that released. I know there's some transportation money that RAFTA's interested in, but I'll wait to see what happens with that and report back when we have more of an update. But that's what I've got. So next up, we have our manager's report. So Gloria, you're up.
Awesome, thank you. So you'll see that we have the monthly department reports in there, and then I want to highlight that there was something in the consent agenda that council has awarded $220,000 in grants back to the community, and so that's listed out in that consent agenda. So wanted to commend you for that.
Work you too. Joe and who else? Aaron and Ann's on that. Ann
Yeah.
Stevenson, Joe Bauer and Ann Stevenson.
And then we just touched on it, but the May 12th meeting had the technical issues with its audio, which we've fixed now, but the recordings will be coming out hopefully soon with that overlay of the audio. So that is what I've got.
All right. So we'll move along to presentations, and we have 6A, our Basalt Chamber Blueprint Data presentation with Chris. Maybe somebody from State Chamber of Commerce or Tourism Office.
James, if you could promote the capacity
Yes.
for the panelists.
Thanks for your patience too in this reschedule. We're glad you have a kind of a clear window to do this. So
Tech
floor is
gremlins
yours.
like to rear their heads. All right, and Amy's on, perfect.
No. Usually, like if James is doing a presentation, that's what we see here.
I should put up manager's
Right, make sure everything's working on my end. So, hi everyone, I'm Chris Matera. I'm the president and CEO of the Basalt Chamber of Commerce. With me today, virtually, is Amy Cassidy. She's a consultant with the Colorado Tourism Office. I'll let her go into her intro real quick. And
Want to make sure everyone can hear me before we move forward. Okay,
We hear you great.
Awesome. Yes, so as Chris mentioned, I work as a contractor for the Colorado Tourism Office. I've been with them since 2018 and was lucky enough to be assigned to work on this Destination Blueprint program with Chris and everyone in Basalt. So nice to see you all.
all right, to dive in of why we're here, part of this is to reintroduce the chamber and our role in the community with the new council, and not have any assumptions of everyone's knowledge, and help Gloria out in terms of meeting and greeting different community stakeholders, in addition to the fact that we were participating with this Colorado Tourism Office Destination Blueprint grant program. It's a technical assistance program. So part of it included a readout to our elected officials and town staff. So this is part of that. So this will be rather tourism heavy. However, we do more. And then we want to explore different ways to enhance our communication and work together with different departments within the town, with council, and all the things that we do as the chamber, not just tourism related. So update from us. You may not be aware, because the joke in the chamber industry is if you've seen one chamber, you've seen one chamber, because we all do different things. We are vastly different from the Aspen Chamber, we're different from the Glenwood Chamber, we're different from Carbondale, although they're probably the most similar to us. We serve 3 different roles within the community. First and foremost, we're a chamber of commerce, so we do advocacy, we're a hub of information for our business community. Similar to people who may belong to a professional association like the American Marketing Association, we're that, but more location-centric. So we are the business association for the Mid-Valley, so it's not just Basalt. Our membership does range from Aspen all the way down to Rifle. We're also what's called the DMO, Destination Marketing and Management Organization. So we do tourism. We are the friendly face of Basalt when people are trying to plan a trip, when they've made it here, when they want to know what hikes to do. We've got 3 generations together. What's going to work for grandmom and the 4-year-old and keep everyone happy? How do we make the most of this valley? Our job is to kind of help them through that journey, whether it's before they're planning or once they're here. And also provide visitor education. We do a lot of work with destination stewardship and leave no trace and all of the things to keep this valley as beautiful as it is. And another arm that we have is economic resiliency and vitality. Some would call it economic development, but that word can be charged but really maintaining the Mid-Valley is a great place to live, work, and play. And hopefully the next generation that's growing up and doing these amazing art shows at the high school, that they can find a job later on when they're adults. So we play a couple different roles. Our current resources is we're a staff of 1 to 2. I'm about to go back to a staff of 1 next week because of housing challenges for my office manager. We have an office and a visitor center. We are now located behind the art base. We moved about 2 months ago. We own the physical structure of the caboose here on Lions Park. You guys own the land, so we're kind of like mobile home in that sense. And our digital media is, in addition to the physical presence, we have our website, social media, and again, we're also the friendly voice that answers the phone, which surprisingly we get a lot of comments on that, where I guess that's not the norm for people to call you back. And before I jump into funding, the other thing is we represent 400 businesses and nonprofits here in the community, again, mostly Mid-Valley centric. We've been around for over 5 decades, so before officially being the Basalt Chamber of Commerce, which was incorporated in 1983, we were the Roaring Fork and Frying Pan Chamber of Commerce, so we've been around for a while. And it's really funny to look back. Rick actually shared a piece with us last council meeting that was from 2000, and it was funny because it was a cover of Rude Eye, and last year's cover of the magazine was also Rude Eye, so things change, but also they don't. And if you weren't aware, we're the ones who also produce the Discover Basalt magazine. In terms of our organizational funding, we are primarily driven by membership dues. That's the majority of our budget. We do receive lodging tax that was codified by the voters in 2004. So the first vote in 2004 was 1% for the Chamber of Commerce to do destination marketing and tourism efforts, and the other 1% was for post. And since then, it's been layered upon, but we still maintain that 1% that is given to us by the voters. That's about 25% of our budget. And then we get grants and technical assistance. So while this grant did not give us cash, they gave us Amy and her expertise. And the rough value of that was, I believe, about $27,000. So that's something we wouldn't be able to do otherwise if it wasn't for these grant programs. And we get other smaller grants along the way, depending on the opportunity, or go in partnership with the town. There is no direct town funding. In terms of our chamber-related efforts, it's to promote the members and the business community at large, that Basalt's a great place to do business. We help them navigate things when they get stuck trying to do business here in town. We do a lot of shop small campaigns. During the holiday season, we do the Season of Small promotion, really emphasizing shop local. We do weekly email marketing campaigns, which, if you guys are familiar enough with open rates, we have a 50% open rate, which is huge, and we have a subscriber list of about 1,400 individuals. So it's a combination of our members and locals, and it's a great way to get the word out. I also know people read it because I leave Easter eggs, and people talk to me about them. So it's a valuable resource. And for the business community, we're kind of that help desk. We're sort of your concierge. I'm stuck. Where do I go? I probably know the answer or how to help you get that answer. And for our tourism and destination management initiatives, again, visitor center operations, general promotion of the area, bless you, our magazine, basaltchamber.org. We also manage listings on colorado.com, which is the #1 tourism destination for people trying to find details about an area when they want to come to Colorado. Second is coloradoinfo.com. We do a variety of marketing and advertising, mostly in market, because Aspen has a bigger budget than us, so it's a lot easier for them to spend the money, and then we hook them once they're here. We also support the Basalt Summer Concert Series ever since we handed that over to the town. It was our series for 30 years. And then we also have done the They Did What campaign with the Eagle County Lodging Tax Marketing Committee in unincorporated Eagle County, but that was a whole leave no trace type program that was highly specific to the needs based on land manager feedback of the problems they were seeing. That campaign was in response to it. And then we work valley-wide with all of our colleagues in the Roaring Fork Valley Destination Alliance, and I'm currently serving on 3 different groups for the Aspen modernization and air runway closure that will happen next year. For economic resiliency and vitality initiatives, it's business resources. We are highly involved with the SBDC, a lot with business continuity. We work on getting data on information that is coming from the Kansas City Fed. or educational opportunities, a lot of workforce engagement, working with the talent pipeline that's happening at the state level. And then we do receive some funding from Eagle County in support of those economic vitality efforts, but that's not a guarantee. That's something we apply to every year. So it was really hard to delineate between the buckets of what is chamber versus what is tourism versus what is economic vitality, because frankly, it's all intermixed and a lot of what I do overlaps. But ultimately, the goal is to have a strong business community because that makes a strong general community. And if you have a great community you want to live in, you probably want to do business there as well. And the better way to put this was really it's more the roots and everything is intertwined with what we do, and it's also therefore intertwined with the town. Going for our website traffic, we do receive a lot of visitors, mostly in the summer. There's certain, obviously, key spikes in there, but we are a hub of information, not just for our residents, but for our visitors. And our top pages are split between the visitor-specific events of things to do in the area, but also community events. So being that hub of information of when is the lacrosse tournament, when are the concerts, what time is the Sunday market, what's going on for the holidays. We end up being that landing page as well as an ongoing calendar of events. And of course, on the chamber side, we're also very much known for the ski pass, so, which is most of my August. And I will let Amy jump in about CTO updates.
Great, thanks Chris, and thanks for having us tonight. As Chris mentioned, this presentation is partly a result of the work that the Basalt Chamber is doing with the Colorado Tourism Office. So I want to just give an overview of what that office is and what some of the priorities for the CTO are. So the Colorado Tourism Office sits within the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, and their mission is to empower all to thrive in Colorado's economy. And then the vision for the CTO is to empower the tourism industry by inspiring the world to explore Colorado responsibly and respectfully. One big initiative for the CTO over the last several years was embarking on a statewide and regional destination stewardship strategic plan. We recognize that there won't be a Colorado to visit if we don't take good care of not just our physical environment, but the people that live here, the visitors that experience us, our culture, everything that makes Colorado so amazing. So the destination stewardship is to support a balance between quality of life for residents and quality of experience for visitors while enhancing our environment and our communities. And their definition, I don't need to read it, but this is really here. And this is really what drives the Destination Blueprint program, which is what the Basalt Chamber is participating in. Excuse me. These are the guiding principles of the statewide and regional destination stewardship strategic plan. But I also wanted to read, I worked on this plan. I was on the team that drafted the plan, and we interviewed over 1,000 stakeholders and partners in the industry and outside of the tourism industry. And we asked everyone what success would look like from the development and the implementation of destination stewardship strategic plan. And that came through in the vision statement. So destination stewardship in Colorado is a success when our tourism resources and experiences are protected and our residents benefit from and support the tourism industry. Go ahead.
Okay.
So Basalt sits in the Rockies Playground region, one of 8 regions in Colorado, which includes pretty much the I-70 corridor from Georgetown roughly to Glenwood, on to Aspen, and then places like Breckenridge, Minturn, and Leadville. The planning effort for the regional strategic destination stewardship strategic plan, that is a mouthful, included outreach and workshops to understand the priorities of destinations and communities within the Rocky Mountain and all of the different regions in Colorado. So the priorities that emerged for the Rockies Playground include things that you would not normally associate with tourism, but that tourism has an impact on and or is impacted by. And so also the regional and statewide plan recognize that there are already a lot of really great organizations doing work on a lot of these issues, and the plan really sought to understand what tourism's role in supporting that work versus what tourism should take the lead on. And that's something that's an approach that we took with the Basalt Chamber work through Destination Blueprint as well.
And one thing I wanted to note, one of the things in here is like workforce diversity, workforce housing, some of the things like going back to that tree model with the roots, like everything is connected, and the state saw that as part of its destination stewardship plan. Maybe it's not the one taking the lead on workforce housing, but recognizing it is a concern that impacts everybody in these communities.
Thanks, Chris. Yep. Excellent. So what we're talking about tonight, or what I'm talking about tonight, is the Destination Blueprint program. And this uses a community-driven planning approach to create a strategic vision for tourism, identify key priorities, and implement projects that support the development, marketing, and management of the visitor experience. And the goals of the program are to support economic vitality and community well-being, strengthen industry leadership and collaboration. And I do want to say that you already have just incredible leadership with Chris at the helm of the chamber here in Basalt. She's very highly regarded throughout the tourism industry, collaborates really well with the CTO and other destinations. So that was one we needed to spend a lot of time on. But also promotes sustainable and regenerative tourism practices. Really figure out what's unique about visiting Basalt and how inclusive are the offerings for visitors. And then, as Chris mentioned, the technical assistance, which is in the phase we're in right now, is valued at $28,000. It's a hefty grant. The program included the destination assessment, which was work we did starting in August all the way through kind of the end of 2025. We did host a community visioning and action planning workshop, and then Chris received 100 hours of free consulting, 100 hours of my time to implement priorities that came out of all of the work leading into that. These are some other CTO programs and grants, and I just want to mention that as a participant in Destination Blueprint, the Chamber is set up really well to apply for and be successful in receiving some of these other programs and grants. And so some of these things are recommendations that I'm going to make as a result of our program that the Basalt Chamber considers applying for going forward. Some of them are technical assistance, and some of them are like financial grants. So what did the program look like in Basalt? We conducted our destination assessment. Chris assembled a very highly engaged core team. We had core team surveys and meetings. We conducted resident sentiment and tourism stakeholder surveys. And then the Basalt Chamber has access to the CTO's subscription to Datify, which is they take cell phone and credit card data and provide visitor profile and visitor spending reports. And as a result of the Chamber's participation, they'll continue to receive those reports as long as the CTO has that contract, and then additional background research that Chris provided. And through all of that, we landed on these recommended priorities for what we were going to discuss at our workshop that we hosted in November. Looking at off-peak tourism, ensuring that the community understands what tourism is, what the Chamber does, and what value it brings to the community. Encouraging responsible and respectful visitation, developing and enhancing visitor experiences, and then promoting local businesses and experiences. So we hosted our a community networking event the evening before our workshop, and we hosted our workshop on November 12th. Rick was there. And we that was a visioning and action planning workshop. We created short, medium, and long-term action items relating back to the priorities on the previous slide, and then took that lead partner advocate framework to really understand what the Chamber's role is, as Chris alluded to on the statewide plan. What is tourism, where the Chamber take the lead on? Where do they actively support the pursuit of other stakeholders' goals, and then where does the Chamber act as more of an advocate? And that was in November. After that, we created a scope of work for the 100 hours of my time of consulting. And the two big deliverables that came out of that are a 3-year tourism marketing and communications plan. I'm not going to, it's a pretty comprehensive plan, but really what's important are the guiding principles, and those are that, anything we do respects the character of the community, supports local businesses and experiences, makes sure that tourism growth is aligned with community values, and then working within realistic capacity and resources, as you've heard, versus a team of one, or going back to a team of one. And then we did a lot of work on branding and messaging, and so that involved a brand discovery report. And one of the things, some of the key takeaways from that work are that Basalt, even pre-COVID, post-COVID, Basalt remains approachable, welcoming, and inclusive. There is genuine warmth and authenticity, and you can really feel at home in Basalt. And the other thing that really struck a chord with me is that access to nature and outdoor recreation is really embedded in daily life. It's in Basalt's nature, and it does not feel extreme or high performance. And then the last deliverable are some presentations and updates to Town Council, our core team, and workshop attendees. So that's the bulk of the work that we're doing. It's wrapping up the end of this week, and we'll finish up with a summary report and recommended next steps in June. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. So sort of our next steps from this is to share some of the details of those plans that Amy has worked on, but find opportunities of where it is, lead, partner, advocate. Where's the chamber's lane? Where's maybe the town's lane? Where's opportunities for us to collaborate? Where is it, a letter of support for a potential grant that we go for, or vice versa? Having these opportunities for partnership and better aligned in what we're trying to achieve as a community, because we all want the same things. Our parts are just slightly different that we play to get to that objective. So having increased collaboration, I know Brent and I have been talking a lot about events and what's their purpose and where are there opportunities to grow that, especially with the less busy season. In general, it doesn't seem like we need more events, particularly in July, but talking to our merchants, talking to some other people, like fall may be an opportunity, but doing in a way that is intentional, that is data driven, and that is adding to the quality of life here for our residents and for visitors, and not one that ends up being detrimental. I know we heard a lot during the early COVID years from Aspen, where it was like, we need to have our dead season because we need to recoup, and having that same type of sentiment of listening to the community and making sure that's helping to drive all of our planning that we're doing for events or other things that we might be driving for visitors, and not doing too much at the wrong time and not enough in other times when our businesses may need that help. So getting that alignment, we have a big opportunity with the Aspen Airport closure that's coming up next year. I think it's one of those things where some people are very scared, but I see it more as an opportunity. It's more about how you leverage it. And we have a very strong drive market that comes in the summer anyway, so they're not all getting here by plane. So how do we make sure that they have a really great experience while they are here? And then working together on things like the public art program, the historic walking tour, things that it's a little fuzzy who may own something, but even if we, the chamber, do not own it, part of our job is to help educate people that, hey, we have this historic walking tour. Hey, we have all these amazing public art sculptures. The photography on the town's website is something that we write into our contract when we do professional photo shoots. The town needs to be a licensee on that so that they also could have really great photos to highlight this area. So finding these opportunities to collaborate between our two entities is really important. And regular meetings, I have a standing one-on-one with Gloria. I now have a standing one-on-one with Brent, making sure we're continuing that flow of communication. So it's not, I'm not town staff, but I'm adjacent to, and sometimes those behind the scenes conversations are really helpful to have before something launches publicly. Again, getting aligned on those shared priorities, and also providing feedback of what I see from my perspective, the data I have access to that town staff may not, that I can help inform from a level of expertise. Leveraging our roles effectively. There are certain things you guys can't go out and advocate for that I can. So when I need to stick out my neck, we can do that, and vice versa. And get to the same goal, and include other entities when appropriate. I, heard earlier Crown Mountain Park was mentioned. That's a huge one. We have this great opportunity when the lacrosse tournament comes to town, the economic impact that it has. How are we making sure our merchants, one, know about it, and two, are adequately prepared? And then how can we leverage the most of these people who are already coming here? We're not adding anything else, but how do we optimize their time here in this community? So next steps, we'll complete the program pretty much end of the month. Amy will provide the summary report, and I'll get a little bit more detail from CTO staff, and then just continue with that coordination between our entities and any other key stakeholders while determining that lead partner advocate framework. So as you go into your future strategic planning session, your offsite, some of those things to keep in mind of where's the town's role to play, where's our role to play as the chamber, where do we maybe need to bring in somebody else to help assist with getting the message out and get the right people to come to Basalt and support this community that we all love. And that's it. Sorry, that wasn't exactly 20 minutes. I try to be fast.
No, you're good. You're good. Thanks. Thank you both. What questions do you all have? I know I appreciate. Yeah. I definitely appreciate in that last of the, it was a third bullet point. Like we do want to make sure that we have an ongoing dialogue, at the right levels. So we, especially when things come along unexpectedly, we have a way to work together. Or opportunities present that we can take advantage of quickly. That we we have ways that we can do that, and then the lines are open. I know, we have a great relationship with the chamber, and it's great. You guys are meeting regularly and everything. I'd just like to strengthen that and figure that out. So that should be a topic. We have a retreat, one of them. So, yeah.
And one thing is that came out of these conversations was understanding that tourism can take many shapes and forms, and a big one is the members of the Roaring Fork Club and how much they support our community. And I think too, when we had the Lake Christine fire, how many people wanted to help our local restaurants, especially who may have had a background and that was their past life, and they really want to support this area. So some people may view second homeowners as a negative, and I think, again, similar, it's all about how it presents itself. I think it's a really good opportunity. These people love Basalt, and that is a great way to engage and still be nice to the environment throughout all of that. So it's not, when we talk about tourism, it doesn't mean everything to everybody. It's finding the right people that are in alignment with the values of this community and who understand the term that came up all the time was small town charm. People who get it and appreciate it, those are the people we want to visit Basalt.
Definitely.
And my door is always open for any later questions that you might come up with.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Otherwise, thank you. Thank you both. Again,
Thank you.
Appreciate the patience getting this on. And
This is on the 21st agenda, right?
Thank you.
July
Thank you.
21st agenda?
Yep.
Retreat?
I just added it.
A little board chart here for you.
there's a lot in there.
We'll have to, prioritize that too.
All right. Well, next up, we have item 6B, which is our homestead parking update. We have Gloria, Aaron, and Justin. So looking forward to this one.
All right, so there is a memo in your packet that I'm going to go over. So we've been corresponding with the group up in Homestead who came to us with concerns on speeding, parking, and noise. So in our discussions on December 9th with the homeowners' concerns, they were concerned about the vehicles constantly running a stop sign, which we are having issues with around town. So Public Works installed a reflective stop sign post and put flags up, and we received comments that this was helping, but they would still like speed dips and speed tables. And so we have been monitoring it with our Speedy Spy that we have. And right now, our our Speedy Spy numbers are there and does not justify, additional infrastructure changes at this time, but we are still going to be monitoring that. So we'll continue to monitor that area as well as other areas around town for those speeding. I think one of the bigger issues right now that they've brought up is Homestead residents are concerned about non-residents using Homestead, using the off-street or the on-street parking spaces. So there are about 60 to 65 on-street parking spaces. We have 28 driveway access points to off-street parking spaces throughout Homestead. We measure this at 24 feet per space. So we have been monitoring the parking up there. You'll see Chief Munch's breakdown on availability of spaces on the second page of that memo. At this time, we still have not been able to see the area fully parked up, so we have asked the residents to contact the police department so we can document that, because we're really looking to get you all data for that data-informed decision to do a policy change. And right now, we don't see the data lining up with that we have a significant issue that would warrant us to go any further into parking residential tags or something like that. So that's kind of where we've landed there, but we will continue to monitor that. The residents did request that we abolish the 72-hour parking rule. At this time, staff would not recommend that we abolish it for one area of town. If we looked at it comprehensively for the whole town, that would be a different story, but just for one area of town, it would be, first of all, a little confusing, and we have that rule in place for a reason, to keep our neighborhood appearance, ensure that cars aren't vandalized, and keep parking available. So that would be kind of our rebuttal to that request, and then we are going to continue to gather more data on the parking availability. As far as the noise goes, we don't currently have a noise ordinance in place. That was one of the residents' concerns. And without an enforceable noise ordinance, we offered to mediate between the residents and any businesses that they might have a noise issue with, but we haven't done a mediation at this point. So I know these, I want to make sure that the residents have felt heard up there, but our recommendation is still that we would like to take additional data, especially this summer. Last summer we had Midland being worked on, so this summer's kind of a test summer to see where we're at with that and present back to council if there's significant findings there. I'm happy to take questions or direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think to keep our eyes on it over the summer, just because I think that's what people are most worried about. So I would be interested. I love how you laid all this out. Thank you guys so much for all this data. But I would like to see what it looks like in the summer.
Yeah, specifically because the memo from the resident committee, names the Sunday market and the Wednesday night concerts. And 2025 data collection didn't start until late August, after which those were completed. So I think it's going to be important to watch it through the height of our summer season. And then, like you suggest, then we have more data to know what we're doing to move forward.
I agree. I'd really like to see the summer data once we're able to collect that. One question I had about speeding, and this is, in relation to, or when you're looking at it in terms of averages, do you have, it's an average. I mean, that's the math. But if you have, what are the numbers and the percentages of people going 10 to 15 miles per hour over? That's what I'm curious about, because that's kind of the actual safety oriented metric, I guess, versus just an average speed. You know what I mean?
So are you asking what we're specifically looking for enforceable?
No, I'm curious, like how many people were driving like 10 to 15 over, what proportion?
So we can,
or greater.
Yeah. Hold on just a second. Let's find the number to where we were.
So So in one particular speed study,
Yeah, right
we
there.
kind of made a mark of 20 miles an hour and below. And so on that particular week,
You say 20, just make sure 20
miles per hour
as the absolute speed, not over.
What is the speed limit?
15.
15, okay.
Yep. And so in this particular week, the average speed was 16.08 miles an hour. And there was 3,401 cars. And so of those, 3,009 of those cars were going 20 miles an hour or lower. So there was only cars going faster than 20. There was only 392 going faster than that.
Over what time period?
We had, just of those 392, 32 of them were going 25 miles an hour or lower, and the rest, there was no higher speeds than that.
So of the 400, sorry, say that, give me that one more time.
The way that I was looking at this bar was 20 miles an hour.
Right.
3,000 out of 3,009 cars out of 3,401 cars were going 20 miles an hour or less.
And then, but of the greater group, you said there were people going. You broke them into two groups basically.
There was
300 or 400 cars.
There was at least 32 cars going more than 10 miles an hour over the 15 mile an hour speed limit in that particular week.
Okay.
In another week, it was we had.
And you're talking about the week of November 11th?
Correct. Yep. And then on the Cliffs Hillside, there was 2,550 cars that week, and 2,539 of them were going 20 miles an hour or less. So we only had 11. There was only 11 vehicles going more than 20 miles an hour.
Interesting. So at that end, I mean, that's pretty close. But on the other end, you have a bigger group proportionally going at that speed, significantly over. I would, that would feel fast.
Yeah, particularly on those streets.
Yeah.
Well, the way I see, so I feel like the Old Town Hill District, Homestead area, the parking and the noise are two things that are somewhat unique to that area because of their location and proximity to Midland, right? Like I live in Elk Run. We don't have we don't have people trying to park there and come into town, and we don't have businesses next to us with noise. Same thing can be said for Willits for the most part, right? Unless you're right there in the Willits area in those condos. The speeding, and Chief and I talk about this a lot, the speeding is a problem in the entire town. It's a problem, speeding and running stop signs. I mean, every time I see Aaron, how's it going? Well, people are still running my stop sign because I live right on the corner at a stop sign in Elk Run.
And you do a great job patrolling it. But.
Right, they do what they can. And I know it's a problem on, East Valley Road. We talk about the speeding there all the time. We talk about speeding and running stop sign throughout the Willits neighborhood. So I wonder if, obviously the parking and the noise is kind of, to me, a separate comment. The speeding, which is kind of the most important because it's the safety aspect. It's like, what can we do as a town, whether it's just a public service, effort to get it out there, to get our citizens to just slow down and stop and be safe in general, in every neighborhood. That's, not just Hill District. I'm sure Aaron has lots of ideas.
That's the $1 million question, I guess. I know Mitzi is working on the Bestop campaign for a while. I don't know how much that has gotten out there, but that was pretty fun. I don't know what kind of play on words we could do for speeding, but we could probably figure something out.
What's the issue with giving this neighborhood or East Valley Road the speed bumps that people are always asking for? I mean, is it a financial issue? Is it an issue with clearing the snow? Because I just you hit one of those going too fast and you learn your lesson. And I just don't see why, is it off the table completely? Are we not able to do that?
We've asked for them in Elk Run as well, and I was told it was a snow removal issue.
Portable, you can get portable.
Snow removal's part of that conversation. There's certainly more expense in adding those speed humps. We actually get a receive complaints about noise from speed bumps as well. But a lot of that is driven by snow removal efforts and drainage issues that it may cause. And in some particular cases, it would actually reduce parking even further by adding these, speed humps.
Is there an alternative that's out there to speed humps that accomplishes the same thing?
I'm sure there are ways to, and this would be a very significant expense, redesign the road in its entirety where you are forcing cars to go slower, and having more bicycle and pedestrian friendly facilities implemented within that street. But it most certainly would, you could change that speed limit that way. I'm not a traffic engineer per se, but there are tools in the tool belt that could be added that would likely even more negatively affect the parking there as well.
Well, I think that was the goal on East Valley Road with making it curved, but people just are, when it curves, they're just in the middle of the road.
It does bring up a good point, though, and another difference between the Homestead area and these other residential neighborhoods is that we all have sidewalks, and they don't. So, I mean, I don't live up there, but I live to walk up there, and I walk my dog, and it is scary. So again, I think that we need to watch it over a full summer season. But, as was noted, I think safety is paramount, and if there is anything that we can do to just make it a little safer, we're making these improvements to Cliffs Hillside Park and hoping that more residents take their children there. But if their children, if you feel like you can't get your child there safely, it's, kind of a moot point.
Yeah, it feels like there's some outlier speeders there, even if it's 30, a few dozen, depending on the week, that could cause, be a catastrophe potentially. So I wonder, I know this might be a little provocative, but the speed cameras, you have to go slower. I mean, I don't know how folks would like that, but I mean, with that, look at Midland over in Glenwood, people go through there, they drive perfectly through there as far as the speed. And I think that's kind of what we would like to see up there, because it's a street on one hand, but I think Angel nailed it. I mean, that's a spot where people like to take a walk. It's almost like a mixed use path with cars, effectively. You know what I mean? Because it's pretty, there's no sidewalk, there's different ways to egress it from, either the ends or in that, the streets in the middle, even the stairs up from Bernard. So I don't know. I mean, that might be something to look into as well. And especially if we have some more data showing some other weeks, like what's going on as far as people's driving behavior. The other quick comment I would make would be maybe this noise piece would be a good thing to collaborate with the chamber on, rather than just us kind of being a go-between between the neighborhood and the businesses. Like if we get the chamber involved to kind of help communicate this, that, this is part of kind of those principles that Chris was presenting on, like how do we all kind of, different kinds of tourists, residents, part-time residents, full-time residents, how can we all be together and get along together? And that might be a good way to work with the chamber and try to solve this with the neighborhood and the businesses, because they're both cool. The music's cool. We just need to gel as far as volumes and maybe some acoustic stuff.
We have all that stuff. When the Tipsy Trout came on board, that created a significant impact across the river at the Frying Pan there with those hums. We enacted a noise ordinance. I don't know if it still exists, and there was nothing allowed outside after 10 o'clock, acoustic, blah, blah, blah. And then on the other hand, with the speed calming and so on, there are portable speed bumps that you can rent that get nailed into the ground that you could also utilize potentially. And then and you drive over them and there's definitely noise. If you have something in the back of your pickup truck, it's gonna jump up and bang down on the bed. But one of the things struggle with is all the data-informed decision-making processes that we use don't really look at too deeply, and we're getting better at it, but listening to the people that live up there and suggesting, hey, we live here, we see it every day, we don't have the traffic counter. The traffic counter that we have is not equipped with a camera, as far as I know. So we've used them before that have cameras, and you can get the plate readers. And it's basically good to figure out, is it residents up there that are doing this, or is it people using it as a bypass to get to Route I? During construction on Midland, both during the infrastructure and everything else, all the boats were going that way to get up to, because they couldn't navigate downtown. They couldn't go through the Clark's Market parking lot, so they were using that as the bypass. And a lot of people said, well, I didn't even know that was up there. This is great. I can drive right by downtown and get to Route I. And that is a huge economic piece of our business community here is Route I in the summer. And that's come up a lot. I mean, and 3,000 trips in a week, that blows my mind up there. Where are they going? I mean, I know the hill's grown up the hill, but there are several accesses further up the frying pan that you can get up there on that are a lot easier. So I don't know what the traffic counts were like there 5 years ago, but I can't imagine it was 3,000.
How the Basalt Connect gets up there too and serves that community, as it takes Homestead and zigzags up. So that could be some of those traffic counts.
Could be.
The 72 hours, how much do you have to move the car to not be counted as 70, that you're
I can tell you that because I've been off run, have been ticketed. They literally chalk your tire, so you can like roll forward 2 feet, and as long as the chalk is moved, they don't know if you've left and come. Sorry. If you've actually left and come back, or if you've actually and parked in a slightly different spot, or if you've just rolled forward a little bit.
Well, I'm very sympathetic. I live up on Ridge Road. It's probably me speeding on the days that I'm late for work. And I think, it's a tough spot that we're in because that whole hillside community was built way before Basalt blossomed into what it is now. And so I do think that it's due for some love. I don't know what that looks like. I'm very supportive of seeing what the summer numbers look like. And then coming back together again in the fall to really dial in a solution to it.
Do we have any information on how many parking tickets owners are paying or they're being ticketed up there? Do we have any idea?
That would take a little bit of time to pull some of that data, but we could sure.
I'd just be curious. I think it is something worth revisiting. I'm sympathetic to the people who live up there. I understanding how frustrating that could be, especially some of the comments about people saying I walk to work. I don't drive very often. I'm in that case. I don't drive a lot of days. So I think sometimes having to move your car when you don't drive just to move your car, I'm sympathetic to what that can be. And also I noticed, we'll talk about it later, in the design guidelines, the Midland design guidelines, I think there are some points in that could make this parking more challenging for those residents. And so I'm sympathetic. I do feel their pain, even though I don't experience it. So I just think it's something that we should pay attention to for sure. I really like the point in here about creating a predictable model for other requests. We're talking about a parking gate here soon. There are parking issues that are coming up across town, and I think it's something that will have to change at some point in the future, and what that looks like. It's unknown right now, and I think this could be a good example of what a permitting process, maybe that works. Maybe it is a good spot for a pilot program. But I think at this point, we need more information about it. So of their requests, I am more inclined to support the idea of waiving their fees, that 72-hour fee, for these residents, temporary, to understand what this looks like as a pilot program, if that means we can collect more data on how many residents are getting tickets and having moved their car. Is this an issue? So that's just kind of my point. My thoughts on this is more information would be better, I think. And I really appreciate kind of Rick's point too, where it's great to have all the data, but if residents are telling us that it's a problem, I'm kind of inclined to listen to them.
Yeah,
I think Oh, I was just going to say, I think it'll be interesting to see how summer is, because there are some Airbnbs. There's some homes up there that are Airbnb'd. You can just tell by when there's vehicles in the driveways and not, and they may not know as well as our residents do, you know, what the speed limits are, and you know, and yeah, we walk our dogs, and I think people that live up there know that, and they know to be kind of go slow around the corners. Whereas, you know, somebody that's just renting a home may not know those things, so.
I mean, yes and no. I think that anecdotally, in both Willits and Elk Run at least, the vast majority of the people speeding are residents in those neighborhoods. And I happen to know that because I chase my own neighbors down and fuss at them and ask them to slow down. And so I know where they live. I know the people that are speeding live right down the street from me. So that's kind of where I was going with maybe some kind of like campaign of like, be neighborly, slow down. But I also, again, appreciate that there's a difference between the Homestead area and where I live, but it does share it with Willits in that it's also an avenue to something else sometimes, which is where I'm interested in to watch this summer with Midland being fully open. Are people back to using Midland instead of using Homestead as intended?
Also, that new house up there on Ridge Road, that's getting a lot of construction traffic, to your point about the 3,000 trips, because that does seem really high. So, yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot going on. That's a lot of things going into it, so I'll be very interested to see, you know, what we learn.
Yeah.
And I think if we get halfway through the summer and the data is overwhelming that there's no parking, like, I don't see a reason to keep waiting it out the full summer. Like, if it's mid-July and they're skunked, I'd love to jump on that quicker as well. I walk home from work. I'm on Sopris, so I walk that area a lot. And I also think when the sidewalk ends after Spur Lane, I wonder if there's some way to separate pedestrians and get them on a little walking trail, because you can't see around the corner and you're supposed to walk towards traffic. But like, then I switch to the other side, and I wonder if part of the reason it feels so fast, even though the data is saying it's 16 miles an hour, is because they're right next to you. And that's uncomfortable. So if there's some other solution, like we can't do the speed bump, but we could do a walking path, I'd love to see some separation there.
Speaking of speed bumps, there is one on Homestead by the stop sign. It needs to be repainted.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we, you know, annually, we try to, within budget, paint as much as we can, and those are on the list here for the next couple weeks. The painting contractor is mobilized. Yeah.
We may have given you more feedback than you were expecting tonight, but thank you for listening. And I know we're getting near. We're pretty far behind, so I do want to wrap this discussion up and move on to the next, unless somebody has anything else that we need to hit. So thank you both. Thank everybody who's been involved with this, and I'm looking forward to seeing the data later in the summer.
And also, thank you to all of the neighbors for getting together. Like, that's amazing civic engagement and much appreciated.
Thank you. It's not easy.
Yeah, you guys are good to work with. Appreciate it.
That's like the best part of democracy.
So next up, we have item 6C, which is our first quarter 2026 financials with Doug.
So that knows how to clear a room, right?
Tough crowd.
All right. Well, we don't have the jazzed up version here that we had initially there with Gloria. And back to the drawing board. Make this a little bigger. There we go. So we'll start as we always do. A graphical illustration of our revenue and expenses within the general fund. And you'll see that the blue and the red on the slide here to the left, the blue and the red. I'll use my pointer. I know people at home can't see me. I don't know if there's anyone at home looking, but anyone looking at a recording, if they can hear it, we'll just James will toggle over where I'm actually pointing to. So you'll see the blue here is all sales tax, and the red is property tax. In the last section in your booklet or packet, you'll see that actually through March, there was actually a 4% lift on sales tax. So that was actually some good news for the revenue front this year. A lot of other categories of income is, I'll call them cats and dogs, the licenses and permits. Building permits is noteworthy as being down for the first quarter, where sales tax was up. Building permits was only at 56,000, and the budget is 425. So that's a bit of a softness in that number, at least for the first quarter. So that's mainly my comments on the revenue. Looking at the department expenses, the red is the police department here, followed by admin, and then up here is actually the blue. There's two shades of blue, but the public works department and parks is 11%, and then the legislative here is 15%. So again, these are just percentages of the total. Go to the next slide here, James, if you would. I'll cover some more highlights here. So I mentioned the sales tax being a bit of a lift. Property taxes are, you'll see it's like 50% of the budget because they're front loaded. You pay half your taxes or all your taxes depending upon the election you would do as a taxpayer. But most of our taxes here are front loaded. You'll see that our permit number is down relative to where it was last year, at 200 at this time last year. And then paging down here, you'll see there's going to be a miss coming on our grant number. We had contemplated there being a CDOT grant for the sidewalks that would be going in on Two Rivers Road by 7-Eleven. That work is not being done, so there'll be a corresponding favorable variance in expenses for the work that isn't done. So it's delta neutral to the budget, but you'll see that there'll be a miss on revenue by that grant not being fulfilled this year. Another front-loaded number, just to round out the high percentage differences here, is recreation. This is principally the camps that are prepaid, that are starting now, actually, that Matt's running with Gary Poffman. You did that in the consent agenda last week. Any questions on revenue before I move into some expenses? So hearing none. So in the page up just a little bit here, thank you. Legislative area is 409 compared to 105 last year. I think this has to really be timing differences, because in that 409, a lot of that legislative expenses is frankly the green team and then the events. I think why it's really showing a big difference. Last year in 2025, remember right, Jenny, we allocate some of the lodging tax as an offset to the events category. So it's like a negative expense. That was actually done first quarter 2025. We haven't allocated those expenses, that money from the lodging tax yet. So it's just showing a bit of a aberrant increase, when in fact it really isn't. It's just optically because we haven't allocated the expenses from lodging to events in 2026. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. Did you follow it? Okay. And then in the administrative area, it's up slightly, 657 compared to 607. Big area here in expenses is our CIRSA. That's our insurance renewal. We pay that pretty much lump sum. So that's a big shot. That's like a $225,000 check going out first quarter. That's representative of that 657. A lot of things in here we're really not able to move around. This is our outside legal, town council. We have all of our professional services, all of our outsourced IT is in here. We have outsourced HR in here as well. So a lot of things in this administrative area that doesn't really accommodate moving around or some sort of cuts that we're going to be able to gain. At least my view. Looking ahead into facilities, go down just a little bit here, James. Where's that here? Hold on. I guess it'd be here. Yep, facilities. Included in this number, I mean, really, this is just maintaining our campus. And the big number in the current year budget, which hasn't presented itself yet, is the purchase price and closing of the Midland. You know, we call it BCC. There are a couple different acronyms we're using to describe it, but there's the 6 units that we'll be closing on probably sometime in June or July. And it's for $2,380,000. Now, when we originally put this, I'm mentioning this because when we originally put the budget together, and when we originally presented this idea, I don't know, gosh, it was back in 2025, the thought was that we would take all of the RETA money that's being generated from the BCC sales, which is probably going to be about $500,000. We have a RETA over here at Basalt River Park that's called affordable housing. There's about $600,000 parked over there for affordable housing. There's also a RETA up there at Roaring Fork Club that's got a fair amount of money. There was a $15 million transaction last year, generated a significant RETA. So there's a bit of a war chest there. And there's also money in the Stotts Mills RETA. So we were, original thinking was that we would just pay for the purchase price with all of these RETAs. We would just draw down our reserves and pay for the RETA, or pay for the purchase price. But I'm really thinking that as we put through our capital stacks for, we call Parcel 9 Parkview, we're looking at formulating some capital stacks for the Police Public Workstation. There are a number of different projects that's going to require, my thinking is very thoughtful allocation of capital and priorities. And as I was thinking through all of this, there are some of the RETAs are very prescriptive on what they're used for, like Basalt River Park. 75% of the RETA would be affordable housing, 12.5% is green, 12.5% is, what is the other one? Arts. Okay? So, but if you look at the RETA for Roaring Fork Club, it can be used for affordable housing, it can be used for public amenities, it has a wider aperture on the use of those funds. And it's not prescriptive as far as sticking to a percentage. So knowing all of that and what we looked through, and I worked with Jeff on this and James, it's been collaboration of collective thoughts, is that we would, the ones that had the greatest aperture for devoting money for the public structure, we would allocate those monies for the Police Public Workstation. So that would be the greatest need, and from my understanding, the greatest priority right now by council. So what does that mean? You take one, it's like a game of whack-a-nut, pop one thing down, the other thing pops up. So there'd be more of a funding need for the acquisition of the Midland. And I know we have, I know as much as I know anything, but I suspect what we're going to be seeing is like, say, $500,000 in RETAs on actual units that are selling at the Midland. And that would be about 25% of the purchase price. So what I'm looking at doing, and just a heads up, is that we're looking at issuing a COP, Certificate of Participation, for the closing of the Midland, either pre-closing or post-closing, okay? Because I don't know if we're going to have enough time to get it done. And that's if I have your blessing. And I'm going to have the two different firms compete on a COP. And I would like to, it's probably a tax exempt COP, since it's a, I think that could work. Maybe it's taxable. Either way, I'm gonna be presenting probably in, I don't know, June or July-ish, kind of a financing plan just for the Midland. So just, I mean, I took up a lot of time going through that, but I think it's important to see how it's going to create a variance to the budget, but we're going to finance it. And I do believe that we can, it's good currency. We're going to have 6 units. We have 2 studios, 3 1-bedrooms, and 1 2-bedroom. So we're going to have 6 units. Actually, be one maybe for the police officer who's coming to town, so he could actually, I'm assuming it's a he, that could actually make residence there, or to some other people. So I believe it will rent. If we really have an affordable housing crisis, we should be able to rent those. And we should be able to rent those for pretty good money in those categories. So
to kind of summarize it, there, you're looking at asking us to do a COP for there, probably using that as collateral, and then using Rita's to help with pitch view and the
exactly
service building.
Exactly. And I put together a rather lengthy memo. You might be surprised by that, but it was kind of showing how the stacks kind of lined up to the actual initiatives. So there is that. So, but that's exactly right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, moving on. The police department. So we are at 918 versus 537, a little bit over. We were over. We're actually fully staffed now. We also had the exit of the former chief in here. There was a payment that was issued that you have blessings aren't that created the amount being what we're looking at now. One thing we haven't seen yet, but it's coming our way, is the expense for the dispatch. So that will be the Pitkin dispatch. Just a word on that is that, we were kind of poking at that number quite a bit, and we're basically paying the town. The town's basically paying dispatch service for Pitkin County and Eagle County, all under the back of paying the expense to Pitkin. So in essence, Eagle is getting a free ride on dispatch services for calls to basically 2/3 of the town. So it's been our reality, and I know that Gloria and I, or maybe she'll take the lead or whatever, we'll talk with Jeff Stroll, see if we can improve our number on just exactly the share of revenue to expense to the police department. But that's not a small thing, because it's an expense that's escalating at, I don't know, it's going to 12-15% a year. So it's a potential to double like in 5 years. So it's really something we need to lack of a better word, arrest the escalation of that expense. We really need to really get that under control. Hey, you get a little pun here, right? And then just wrapping out our expenses here, our street, you'll see there's not a lot right now being spent. It's in the hopper. I know Justin's got quite a bit of work in queue. And then we also had that money in here for that 2.6 is capital. Part of that was for the actual sidewalks on Two Rivers Road by 7-Eleven. That's not going to be done, so the expense will not happen. So it'll be a positive variance, but offset by the negative variance since the fact we won't have revenue to cover it.
It'll be done next year.
Yeah, we'll do it next year, right? So just before we move in, any questions on that? Kind of went through. Okay, so now just my proof of cash, just to give you a sense of how we ended up first quarter. Just slide over just a little bit, James, if you would, up to the right-hand corner. Here we go. This is just all of our pockets of money. And this is enterprise whole. This is all of our funds in general. So we started the year with just under 30 million, and we generated about $400,000 of cash through March. So we sat at 30.4 million. The rates have been, gosh, back in February, the 10-year rate was getting below 4%. I got that to 3.95 or something like that. Now the 10-year is, I think, 4.50, 4.60. So rates have gone up. That's the good news. Bad news is our long-rated bonds are actually experiencing a little depreciation on a mark-to-market basis. But that was the whole idea of doing the laddered approach. So you take the good with the bad, take what the market gives you. So anyway, that's where our numbers look like in the general fund. Now let's just go to the next slide if we would. Hearing no questions. So let's just go. This is our restricted fund. So all that blue is taxes. This is our post-taxes, our tobacco, and our lodging. And we had to go to the Wayback Machine and say, when was the last time the town only had 4 Ritas in a quarter? And we couldn't find a quarter that was that low. So we had an all-time low on transactions, on readers. So we are teed up for there being a miss on readers. Now, the good news is that we can't go upside down on those funds, and we have money. But it's a bit of a harbinger with things slowing down a little bit, rates ticking up, building permits down, kind of like, okay, like just enough, life speaks to you messages. It's like, okay, there's a little slowing going on here. Good news is that it's not materializing itself in sales tax. So it's a little bit of a nuanced analysis to that. So let's go to the next slide here. This is just showing revenue and expense by category. I think the only thing I'd point out here, we separate our lodging from 2 to 4. We didn't budget anything for 2% because we didn't know if the lodging tax was going to prevail. But we have generated, we being the town, generated $75,000 more in lodging tax, slightly more in our 4% tax. And then you'll see a big air pocket here with our readers just being non-existent. And then I think the thing I would point out, some pending misses coming. Go to the expenses. I think we'll see a miss in the post. For years we weren't able to spend all of our money in post because we had so many projects, right? And we always gave money back. I think what we're going to find this year is that since we put things in the parking lot, like the Rocks Park and the CDOT boat ramp and Hillside, and then so we're pulling money out of the parking lot and we're green lighting those things. So it's going to be things that we didn't budget for. So it's going to create a budget variance. But on the other hand, we started the year with 1/126 with basically $3 million in the bank. So the post fund had $3 million of unspent money. Now, so that we're as we green light these projects, we're releasing some of that reserves. And I think the protocol is working because the council is weighing in on green lighting these various projects and having a more accurate presentation of what the cost is. But nonetheless, it will likely show variance to the budget, as well as our tobacco tax. We've used some of our tobacco tax to pay for the backfilling of some of our shortages we had with law enforcement. Pitkin County filled us in January, even in February, I think, right? So those invoices were not insignificant, and we did charge that off to the tobacco fund because it was really providing the equivalent of an SRO to the schools. So we had good concurrence of opinion, but nonetheless, we'll likely run a bit over here on tobacco tax. So let's go to the home stretch here. It's the last slide, and these are just all of our other funds. Our bond fund. This is just we got Eagle County, we got Pitkin County, we got a mill levy, we got a debt levy. And that levy is a third of our property tax. Property tax is about $3 million in total. A third of that is going to the bond fund, so that's money in, money out. So it's impossible to screw that up. Capital Construction Fund is our basically the remnants of our taxable bonds that's issued back in 2021. What we have running through that this year is the completion of the remaining duplexes over at Stotts Mill, which is on tap for like $2,050,000-ish. And then we have some also money dedicated to the Z Group, which is doing the entitlements to Parcel 9, which is about done. And then we also have some remaining funds for Charles Conniff and his work on, or his firm's work on Parcel 2E. So right now, this is kind of where we're at on the Capital Construction Fund. We'll also have some cleanup on Midland that needs to happen. We did accrue for all those lights that went in the spring, the lights that were defective. What we didn't accrue for, and which this council, for the most part, approved, were the lights in front of the CC's Market and Two Rivers, it's a Twin Rivers Association. So those lights are, I don't know where we are with them, but nonetheless, that when they come through, there'll be a variance to Midland that we'll have to account for. And then wrapping up, water fund is just first quarter activity, pretty consistent with prior year. You'll see a big difference in, I say pretty consistent with the exception of the tap fees. The tap fees were related to the Midland across the street that were paid in January of 2025, which obviously is non-recurring in nature. But the water funds are on track for its budget. And then there's nothing remarkable in the expenses. We look at them as administration, a source of water, treatment of water, transmission of water. The big thing coming your way is RFP that's soon to be issued for the metering for the town. We've been talking about that. It's 975 meters, end of life. It's probably a 2-year project. That's going to be something else. I'm going to be suggesting we finance over, potentially 20-year period, since that's the life of the asset, maybe a little less, depending upon what the load to carry the debt is. But that's the water fund. And then the Conservation Trust Fund, just rounding it out, is just a rake off of a lottery ticket. Little piece goes into this fund. It's allocated by the state based on population within various towns and municipalities. And it's usually, it's basically for maintenance of our parks, open space, and trail, another funding source. So that's it. I mean, I think the highlights is that our revenue, some softness in building permits. It's about hard to know where that's going to net out because we're not actually driving that. We're reacting to it. But there's some softness in that. Good news is that sales tax is a firm number through 4 months. It's up 4%, which is good news. I'm not concerned about the REITs being soft right now. There's no sense in borrowing trouble on that. Our expenses, we're not going to, last year we had a lot of favorable news and having vacancy savings. We're pretty much full staff. We're down one person, I think, in planning, and maybe one in police, depending upon how you count people. But we're not going to experience the same type of vacancy savings, knowing what we know now. Of course, a bunch of people might quit, who knows, but I'm just telling you what we see right now. I don't see there being a lot of savings in operating expenses. It seems like the numbers are running tight to budget. And frankly, I don't think there's going to be a lot of headwind or tailwind by unspent capital. I mean, we're in capital. We seem to be going about it in a very disciplined way. We're looking at updating it with everybody. We just updated it first quarter. So feels like we're on it as well. So I don't think there's going to be anything favorable happening there. And, debt, we don't have any debt right now. So that could be, So anyway, I just don't know if there's a lot of room to move around in the budget. I know last year we were looking at some room to move around. I think we had more room last year than we have this year. But we're not also in any trouble. Doesn't seem that way. So that's my report.
All right. Any other questions? Doug?
Really quickly, but how are short-term rental fees looking compared to last year with the change in the license amount?
Short-term rental fees were, go back to that, the third slide.
It's 60 something?
Yeah, we received Hannah, we received 15,000. Here we go. 18,000 in December.
Okay.
That was booked as 2025 revenue. But that number is about 85. I would say that we had about 45 active licenses last year. It seemed like that was about the number. We don't have that this year. We have some people under exemptions that they need them to prove that they're following the parameters of the exemption, which time will adjudicate that. But there is pockets of noncompliance. We know there are people renting their places, they're advertising their places, they're renting their places, and they're not licensed, and they're not remitting tax. We do know that, and that's a enforcement thing. That, you know, we hired somebody from, I guess it was OpenGov or whatever the firm was that underwrote that software. It was like a side hustle, and he has a way of working through all of the various advertisements to see actually who's in compliance. So we use services from him. And then, unfortunately, some of that falls on James.
Yeah, we're about 3/4 of the licenses that we had before we had the short-term fee. And, you know, we're getting pretty close to what we projected in terms of fees. I think at the last council meeting that you reviewed the fee, we were projecting around 100,000 in fees, and so we're about 85% of the way there. And we still have some pending licenses. I think some of them are kind of waiting to set up for the summer season, so we might still get more out of that.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, thanks, Doug. So next up, we have our council actions. The first one is item 7A, which is a public hearing and second reading ordinance number 7, series of 2026. Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving code amendments to the Town Code Section 18-103 to adopt by reference the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. And we have Jeff, James, and Mitch.
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief on this one. This is a continued second reading to adopt the Wildfire Resiliency Code with some local amendments. We continued second reading to include an amendment for provision to appeal the code officials' determinations under the code to the town council. There's a number of areas where there's discretion for the code official to make interpretations under the code, including for certain modifications or accommodations. And there was a request to council to incorporate essentially an appeal provision to council, so that's now included in here. As a reminder, just brief overview, the State Wildfire Resiliency Code applies to areas that are in the wildland urban interface that are all categorized between low, moderate, and severe wildfire hazard areas. Depending on what wildfire hazard area you're in, you have to comply with certain requirements of the code. The code has structure hardening requirements and site and area requirements. Mostly applies to new development. Structure hardening applies to certain additions and repair work. That's about all I have for the overview. This is a public hearing, so we should take public comment, but I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do the public hearing. It's 8:02. I'll open the public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this ordinance related to wildfire resiliency code, go ahead and either raise your hand or come up at the front. And seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at 8:02 and open it up for questions or comments. Jeff, James, or a motion if we don't have any.
I have one question here. It says if town council fails to grant owner's appeal, the code official's determination shall stand and be final. Is that in response to what happened last time?
That is generally how an appeal works, and it's just now codified. Our other appeal provision was kind of silent on
less clear
what the effect of it is, and this makes it clear here, and we'll come back with an amendment to that other part of the code.
So that's my next question.
Largely mirror this.
It'll match this one.
Yes, correct.
Great.
Yeah.
And then my only other question for you is if you could just kind of, it says town council is required to comply with provisions of this code.
So just so that the council can use its discretion to make those interpretations, but it couldn't say, on your case, we just want to endure all of the wildfire resiliency code. That was kind of the intent of that sentence. So
but I'm a homeowner and I'm appealing. Like the case where it's like I have to replace whatever it is. Let's say 20, whatever the amount of siding I have to replace that triggers the whole thing. And I come to council and say, hey, I'm not going to be able to replace this 28% because then it goes over the threshold and I have to replace everything. So I want to appeal to council. That wouldn't be a thing where council can say, we're going to just...
No, so there'd be another area of the code that for potentially for hardships in circumstances like that. But I think my intent, including that sentence, was just to not put council in a position of, if a homeowner was essentially requesting that the code be ignored with respect to their property, that's not within the discretion of the council. It's to make these interpretations and to use the discretion that already exists within the code, but perhaps in a manner that's different than what the code official, how they interpret it. So on some of that hardship issue, there could be a different determination as to how that could be accommodated.
Maybe another example could be where, this appeal provision could be used is up in the Hill District when you have pretty tight setbacks and you have a tree that, has to be adjusted and it's right on a property line between two properties and you've got neighbors, having issues over the tree. I see that kind of more where the appeal might come in.
Cool.
So unfortunately, I wasn't here for first reading, so this is the first time I'm looking at this. But the thing that jumps out at me is the P&Z request that that this not apply to areas that are lower than moderate or high intensity on the state resiliency map. And I've been working with the Wildfire Collaborative of the Roaring Fork Valley quite a bit in my other life. And that map is the best data that we have right now, but unfortunately, it's looking at wildfire, which is defined as vegetative burn. And so there are actual holes in the map that look like it's not a high fire area because it's not vegetated. That doesn't mean it's not going to burn. So I would say at the very least, I would love for this to say that we will use the wildfire resiliency map until better modeling is available, because I
could change it again. The code, the state code on its own only applies to areas that are in the WUI, the wildland urban interface, and if they're designated on this map with some level of wildfire hazard risk. There is the ability of council to have these requirements apply to town-wide, but one of the reasons that this staff ultimately didn't, in P&Z, I think ultimately didn't suggest that here, is because the existing town code, it covers 90+% of what the wildfire resiliency code already does. And there are a couple areas that, and I think it was also council's direction, we intend to submit a variance application to the state on, because our building official, I think, really believes in many of the provisions that we have already in the code, in the building code. And if we're going to come back with the potential changes to the code based on some of these variance requests, and given that the existing code is 90+% of the way there on the state wildfire resiliency code, those were some of the reasons why there wasn't a desire to impose the wildfire resiliency code on those areas that don't have some level of existing hazard designation. We're already doing, why impose these additional requirements if they're not required to, and we're already feel that they're adequately covered from a wildfire hazard standpoint under the existing code. And then again, this variance procedure that was council's direction and staff is looking into.
Yeah, and I think that this is fine, and I'm happy to vote yes on it. I just want the acknowledgement that there is better modeling coming our way, and that when it comes, we need to be willing to pivot and look at that, because there's certainly some super spreader homes that are not wildfire because they're not vegetation, and so there are going to be areas that we're like, oh, we didn't know that was a problem.
Right.
So.
Yeah, the main areas in town are in Willits and portions of South Side that don't have any current wildfire hazard designation. But yeah, absolutely. If the mapping is updated, we can bring that back to council.
Yeah.
Yeah, I support that.
Yeah. Anything else?
Otherwise, we can do a motion.
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt ordinance number 7, series of 2026 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Next up, thanks, Jeff. Next, we have 7B, which is public hearing and second reading ordinance number 8, series of 2026. Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting approval of a site plan review, special review, PUD amendment, and housing mitigation report for the development of one deed restricted dwelling unit at 540 Basalt Avenue, Basalt, Colorado. Carlton.
Good evening, Council. Carlton Henry, Planner 2 at the Town of Basalt, here to introduce public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 8, series of 2026, to approve a development application at 540 Basalt Avenue on the south side in the Basalt Business Center South PUD. Staff recommends that Council hold a public hearing and second reading for this application, which is an application for site plan review, special review, PUD amendment, and a housing mitigation report. This application proposes the development of one unit of deed restricted category housing at 540 Basalt Avenue. For a little background on the site, for those unfamiliar, the property is just under 8,000 square feet and is located at the northwest corner of Basalt Avenue and Few Lane in the Industrial Zone District and, as I mentioned, the Basalt Business Center South PUD. The property is bordered by mixed-use properties to the north and to the west, with commercial, residential, and industrial uses in the general vicinity. The south side floodplain runs through the site. However, no changes to the building envelope or footprint are proposed as part of this application. Currently, the site is already mixed use, with the rug wash business on the ground floor and an existing residential unit on the second floor. The applicant has proposed the addition of a 659 square foot 2-bedroom residential unit to be deed restricted at category 5. The property currently contains one 758 square foot 2-bedroom residential unit, which is proposed to remain. I will also add, at the May 12th, 2026 meeting of the Town Council, Patrick Raleigh, representing the applicant and the applicant team, presented the development application, namely the site plan and architectural drawings for review by council, and answered questions at that time. At that same meeting, Town Council approved the application on first reading by a vote of 6-0 and set the date for second reading for tonight. As a part of this review, the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, BAC, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also reviewed this application and have recommended approval with the conditions included in the draft ordinance. Referrals were also included as part of this application process, and written comments from Engineering and Public Works of the Town of Basalt, as well as the Basalt Sanitation District, were included as part of this application, as well as Roaring Fork Fire Rescue. As part of the discussion on the 12th, it was mentioned that the town was still waiting on updated language for a parking sharing agreement, I'll call it, which has been, a draft of which has been included as Exhibit E in your packet this evening as part of this application. 2 spaces have been highlighted in the associated graphic exhibit to that exhibit for the packet item, and that is shown in front of the Cathers Home showroom next door. Paul Cathers is the owner of both properties and is the, part of the applicant team for this development application, and has worked through and provided this parking sharing agreement as part of the negotiation with town staff. With that, I will also introduce Patrick Raleigh, who's sitting with me here. If you guys have any questions specific to the application and not towards staff, I would direct them towards the applicant team. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have on the application. And as mentioned, it is a public hearing as well, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Carlton. Did you have anything you wanted to add now before?
I don't have anything else to add. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm here just to answer questions. The only modification was the completion of that parking easement agreement.
Okay. So this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing for ordinance number 8 at 8:14. If anyone would like to speak on this ordinance, please come up or raise your hand on Zoom. And seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, 8:14, and open it up to questions, comments from my fellow counselors.
I had one question. Last 2 weeks ago, when we talked about this and you went through all the concerns and everything, you had mentioned there was the note from engineering about the driveway being graded so that runoff doesn't go into the stormwater system. You'd mentioned the driveway would be graded to account for that, right?
The grading, yeah, for the record, Patrick Raleigh, the grading goes back to a central trench drain on site. So yeah, all stormwater is handled internally on site.
It's not stormwater, it's the rug washing.
The rug wash.
Yeah, there's just a comment that says, well, the driveway be graded in a way that directs all runoff from rug washing to the stormwater system.
Right.
So it's saying that there was additional runoff.
There is essentially negative drainage away from, to the internal portions of the site. So everything will be handled internally. And I believe actually the rug wash should not be using the driveway for rug washing. They have facilities to accomplish that interior to that. So
I feel like it's always outside.
what's that?
I feel like every time I've ever driven by it,
It's
they're washing
really,
outside.
Yeah, they have facilities inside
Yeah.
that should handle that. And I think they just use that periodically.
Okay.
I don't think it's their primary source of rug washing. But
That was my only comment. I remember you saying something about that in May 12th.
I don't recall that. But.
Maybe just that the comments from Public Works would be
addressed, yeah.
are included as conditions, as part
and
of.
I just didn't see that
approval.
specifically the driveway because I saw like the parking thing. Like last time I had a bunch of questions and you answered them like preemptively. That was the one that I remember you answering. The parking was addressed. And I just didn't see it like in this ordinance. But what I'm understanding is that falls under the applicant shall comply with all representation set forth in the application.
Correct.
So that's covered.
So I would say 2 points there. One being applicant shall comply with the representations made, meaning that they don't change something like the site plan in between the approval and construction. Applicant complying with the conditions and noted in the letter from Public Works.
Yeah.
That would just be a separate comment,
Yeah.
but that is captured in the ordinance as well.
Yeah.
And I just received a text from Paul Cathers that he clarified there is only drying that's going on outside.
Oh, okay.
There's not washing, so no water.
Definitely looks like water, but
Well,
that's all
okay.
right.
That's what Paul said.
Yeah.
I think last time we asked to get a better sense of what essential employees would qualify in Category 5, and if you have that, I'd be interested in knowing more.
Yeah, so James and I discussed this a little bit offline, but we had discussed at Category 5, you'd be speaking of people like SKICO employees, folks who work at Aspen Valley Medical Center, or the Aspen Valley Health at the Mid-Valley Medical Center, or other employees at the Mid-Valley Medical Center who qualify as those essential employees, but who are making up to 200% area median income. It's a niche in there for sure. However, yeah, I guess that's what I have to answer your
And
question.
essential would be like first responders, teachers.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
I thought I heard you say SKICO as.
SKICO's not essential.
Be non-essential.
Oh, okay.
Lawyer, SKICO's not essential.
Yeah.
Okay.
Howard Head, Stedman, those folks who qualify as well.
Cool, thanks.
Other questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, let's see. Mayor, I move the town council adopt ordinance number 8, series of 2026 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you, Carlton.
Thank you. And I'll stay.
Patrick? Yes.
I'll stay up there.
Stay up there, yeah. All right, so next up, we have item 7C, which is public hearing and second reading ordinance number 9, series of 2026. Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting PUD amendment to install a vehicle gate in the Riverwalk at the Frying Pan Development, 227 Midland Avenue, Basalt, Colorado. And this is James and still Patrick.
Yeah, and once again, we have the applicants here this evening. We've got Patrick Raleigh and we've got Kevin Patrick representing the HOA. The item is a public hearing and second reading of an ordinance that would approve of the request from the Riverwalk Property Owners Association to install a vehicular gate at the Riverwalk parking lot at 227 Midland Avenue. As was discussed at the last meeting, the background is that Riverwalk currently manages parking in their private parking lot with a permitting system, and they wish to install a gate for a more efficient and effective parking management scenario. At the last meeting, staff identified that in reviewing the application, there were several referral agencies that provided comments and weighed in. And they included that the fire district needs a Knox box for access. They also included that the police department and public works need a code for access through the gate in emergency and maintenance situations. And that also the police department wanted a turnaround so that cars that couldn't access through the gate had the ability to turn around. And so the applicant had revised their application to provide a turnaround that you saw on your site plan that we've got here. And then also there are other requirements that Public Works required that potholing occur at the location of the gate so that utilities wouldn't be impacted with the installation of the gate. And so all of these requirements from the referral agencies have been included as conditions in the draft ordinance. Per the council's motion at first reading, the condition about requiring bike access through the gate has been removed. That was a recommendation from P&Z that bike access be accommodated, but per council's motion, that was removed. Council approved the ordinance on first reading at the last meeting and set a second reading date for this evening. So this evening, staff would recommend hearing any comments that the applicants might have, taking public comments, and then providing council discussion. And if you're comfortable, you could approve the ordinance on second reading. Patrick and Kevin, do you guys have anything to add?
Thank you, James. We don't have anything else to add. We'd be happy to answer any questions. I do have the presentation if we want to refer to any maps or anything like that, but we have nothing else to add from first reading.
All right, well, let's go ahead and do the public hearing. So let me get some people. I'll open the public hearing at 8:22. And if anyone would like to speak, please come up to the front, or you can raise your hand. See a couple hands already online.
Yeah, we have Ryan Slack. Ryan, if you'd like to unmute yourself to provide comments.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ryan Slack, 609 East Sopris. I would just like to, and I know I can't direct questions to the applicant, but maybe you guys can afterwards. I want to know how much enforcement has been done on this lot before we take the nuclear decision of gating it. I did speak at the last meeting, not everyone was there, but I think this is a drastic step in our town that could have consequences on other parking lots on Main Street. And I just think this is such, it's not the community I want to live in. Gated access is just, it sets a bad standard for our town. It sets a bad example for other parking lots in our town. This could be managed with stickers, boots, towing. Like I've said before, I've frequented this lot. I used to have a pass for that lot when I rented an office in Waterlaw. I never remembered it being that full. I've been watching it since the last meeting. It's never that full. I'm sure they're just gonna say that summer. But I think this sets a horrible standard in our town, and I wonder what other parking lots would be next. And now all of a sudden we have a gated community in our downtown. And I just encourage council to understand that you guys They are coming to you to ask for permission because this is not a normal thing. They cannot do this just because it's their private property. It is setting a bad standard for our town, and I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Ryan.
We also have Nick Nagy on the line. Nick, if you would like to unmute yourself, you can provide comments.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Nick Nagy, 136 Ridge Road. Thank you all for being at a meeting at 8:30 on a school night. I park there. I don't park in the lot, but in the morning there's 5 spaces that are reserved for retailers that I honestly had no idea I was doing something wrong, but I get up, I get my girls down to those spots. We walk through what is considered the safe passageway to school. And I'm pretty sure that that whole corridor is protected for that reason. And I'm back to my car probably in 5 to 10 minutes. All of this has come as a shock to me that I am doing something that someone considers wrong and anti-member of the community. In looking at this, in putting it on my law hat, I got to agree with Ryan as far as, yes, it's private property. And with that, you have certain rights. That said, the town, our community can all do things. We can both do and take actions to protect other values that we want to protect, such as walking kids to and from school. Moreover, when those are reviewed, it's going to be reviewed as far as, is it rationally related to a legitimate public interest, such as supporting public education, supporting a little less congestion on the parking lot over there and the road that feeds the school. I understand the want to protect private property rights, but I don't understand the want to protect them against all other rights and needs of community. Again, thank you all for being there. I don't know which way you're going to vote, but please look at the other side of this and whether there are other actions that we could take that might be a little more community oriented when it comes to protecting the property rights of the owners of the parking lot and protecting the rights and the community of the town. Thank you all.
Thanks, Nick. Anyone else? Any hands up? I don't see any hands going up online. I don't see anybody coming up here to the podium. So I'll close the public hearing at 8:27 and open it up to questions and comments from my fellow counselors.
So when I've been driving by, I have been looking in there to see if it's full, and I'm not seeing it's full. As you know, I was hesitant to vote for this, and I've been thinking about it since the last meeting, and it just doesn't rub me the right way. We just had a presentation from the Chamber of Commerce talking about the character of our town, small town character, small town charm. And I think that was sort of what Ryan was alluding to, that this just feels kind of anti that small town character. Say that 10 times fast. And that was the thing that came up again and again and again when we did the comprehensive plan, that people said that they really valued here. And I have to say that I just feel like the gate is not the right answer, that there are other levers we could be pulling first. We also had a conversation with the folks that live up on Homestead on the Hill about parking and speeding up there. And we asked them to be patient and to bring us more data, and that we would collect more data, and that we would meet again after the summertime. And that's what I would say here, is I'm still unconvinced that the parking situation isn't being highly pressured by all of the construction that's going on. And I would say that my preference here would be to see more data, to see photos of that parking lot full. I have yet to see that. And then reconvene in the fall for this consideration.
Yeah, so I'll jump in and echo some of what Lise was saying. I bike and walk through there all the time for the last, 8 years coming from Swinging Bridge Lane. I've never once parked there because I am a pedestrian and a bicycle user. But I also have always noted that there are always open spaces. So I'm really curious as to the immediate need for this protection. And I apologize because I was out of town for the last meeting and I tried to dial in, but as we know, and then I tried to watch it. So if some of this is redundant, I apologize. But you know, kind of to that point, how much enforcement has been done in the past? How much has been necessary? What evidence do we have that employees and residents are parking on the street because they can't find parking in the lot? What evidence is there that more patrons are parking there since the Midland Avenue redesigned them before? You know, now that Midland is fully done, we're gonna have this parking lot back that'll have guest parking available to the town this summer. I think that there were maybe some contributing factors that caused you to see more issues in the last 2, you know, seasons that will be alleviated this summer. I have a hard time seeing the necessity for this, and part of the reason is you know what Ryan and Elise said, which is it is just not what I don't think it's who we want to be. I don't want to see a big parking gate across our parking garages, and doing it here sets a precedent, or sorry, parking lots. That's precedent for other ones, like the one behind 132. And, you know, there are other business owners that I go, oh, sweet, now we can do this. And that is just simply not what I want to see in the town of Basalt.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
One quick question. Did you talk to the yoga studio?
We did.
What did
And
they say?
she is going to instruct her that she doesn't need the parking, actually, and that she will instruct her patrons to either walk or use alternative means or to park on the street, but she doesn't believe that she needs the parking spaces. We left it that it would still be open, that we would continue to talk to her and provide parking as necessary.
Thanks for doing that. I have pretty similar feelings of just in terms of consistency. We asked Homestead to wait. It seems fair to apply that logic evenly to wait for the summer. I won't repeat what you all said, but I'm fairly in line with that.
There's 3.
I had a question about, well, first of all, I wanted to admit, like Mr. Nagy, I did not know I was doing anything wrong. I tell my kids, meet me at the spot after school, so I don't have to get, you know, in the traffic. And they run across the bridge, you know, I'm probably there for 4 minutes, but I didn't know either. And now I've taken notice of the nice red signs, and I'm wondering if maybe the signage could be updated in a way, because it, you know, I don't think Nick and I are the only ones that are just not noticing that this, you know, it clearly says it, but I don't know if it just blends in or what. You wouldn't think it's a red sign. And the other thing is, I was wondering how is the parking shared? So like, how is it metered out and allotted? So you have a yoga studio. Is that person, if they're renting, when they sign their lease agreement, are you saying you get this many spots? And then for water law, whoever else is back there, do you allot certain spots to them? I mean, have you guys, is there a parking plan within the community of owners?
There is a parking policy
Okay.
adopted by the board, and that allocates per tenant and per space that owns it, parking spaces. And it has largely to do with the size of the unit and the demand of the unit.
So I have 4 employees. I have a parking pass for myself, and my 4 employees have a parking pass as well.
And then how does it work for businesses that have visitors?
There are the 5 guest parking spaces, which are immediately off of Midland, and there's 2 additional parking spaces within that would still be available if a code is granted to those people.
I would just say, like, not to echo a lot of the comments, like, I am also conflicted. I do feel strong, like, I understand, like, it is private property. And so I do think that there are, like, rights that you have. The part in the ordinance under, like, 2B, though, where it says compatible with the character of the surrounding area, seems like where we're getting stuck. That I don't know if it is, it's not prohibited by the master plan. It was, but then it was taken out of the most recent master plan. So I do hear the comments about like waiting, that there's been a lot of changes recently and kind of similar to what we just said to Homestead. So that is kind of my inclination, but I am sympathetic. I do understand that this is your area, you're seeing it more than we are. If you're telling me that this is a problem, I'm inclined to believe you. It's just the heart of these comments we've heard where it's kind of a big step in a direction that we haven't really opened that door yet. So I just want to be like careful and cautious with it. So I'm inclined to also not really support it, but just at this point, just seeing that we maybe need more information, need to see that more throughout the summer at Homestead. It seems like there are parking challenges that are popping up, not just in your lot, in neighboring lots, and I think that we want to see an approach that works, and that's going to work for other neighborhoods and other buildings.
And maybe there's a way that we could do something more holistic. I mean, maybe that's where we need to start from.
Because I mean, I also I've been booted and I've been turned away at gates. I'd rather be turned away at a gate than get booted. Like, getting a boot on your car is miserable. It's a very confrontational discussion between the person who put on the boot and the person whose car it is. Where a gate, it's pretty clear. So I do see that as potentially a better solution. The challenge for me is that one part of, and I think that's just like standard language in these ordinances of, is this compatible with the character of the surrounding area? I'm not sure.
Well, I think there's just been a general belief in the public out there that trespassing on private property is okay. I mean, I see it all the time. I manage 200 homes, and we have problems with trespass using the courts, using the ponds, using the amenities of the properties off the river, on the river. We've installed cameras. It's part of stewardship, and unfortunately, our back country, our side country, all these areas that are private ranches in some cases, that's how a lot of the mountain bike trails basically got created, was by people exploring off into private property. So, you have a small town character thing going on that I look at that as people respecting private property. There's areas along Willets Lane where there's no trespassing signs, because it's private property and people access it for fishing, and there's a lot of undefined along the river where you can get in and out. I think that what you guys do is you have an HOA, you have dues that pay for maintenance of the parking lot, snow removal, striping. We are allowed to access the property through the river trail that you deeded to the town as an easement. You've accommodated the swinging bridge trail. I just think that maybe the gate's a little too severe, but the general messaging here that I'm hearing from earlier with the chamber is we have a responsibility to manage the natural resources we have, and part of that is protecting private property rights. Those are the areas that are preserved for everybody to be able to access, whether it's through the Rio Grande Trail or other places. But you talk to Reno or Billy or any of these guys out there, they go to extremes to protect their agricultural lands and all that. And, it's just an interesting problem to deal with, because it's not just your parking lot, it's the whole valley. And frankly, when I see somebody ducking a closed rope, a rope in a closed trail, things like that, it's just a lack of respect. And if you could convince people that a lack of respect is part of small town character, that'd be beyond me, I think that gating it, I don't know what the data shows. I go through there, I've been through there thousands of times, and it's not always full. But the point is people have paid for those parking spaces when they buy the property. And if I had done that, I would object if somebody was in my space. And I'd expect the HOA management team to do something about it. So that's where I'm at on it.
Thanks, Rick. So yeah, it's like last time, I'm not supportive of this, but the perspective I have, it is private property, but it's not an authorized, I don't know if it would be a use, but to put a gate there is not an authorized, it's not authorized in the PUD. So, and that's, I don't know how many PUDs downtown authorize gates, if any, but the character part is somewhat subjective, but for me, the bicycle access, like that's a showstopper for me. But even, you know, honestly, the walk-in traffic that will occur at the retail locations, you have Monkeys, Posh Peacock, Basalt Firearms, Frying Pan Anglers, the Salon. I mean, those are all potentially places where people are just going to walk in off the street. There's 7 guest parking spaces, but in the application from last time, in the packet, I understand there's 3 guest parking spaces beyond where the gate would be in the surface lot. I just think that giving people codes to get in, and it's too much friction. It's going to drive people that should be parking off-street, because that's the way the initial application for development was designed. It's going to drive those people onto the street and put things out of balance. And then I tend to agree subjectively, though, about the community character part. I don't think it's great that I don't want to see gates up and down Midland for the hotel and for you guys and for all the different lots. But I think that there's some pretty clear, with public access to retail locations, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'd like to see other solutions used. I mean, like a sticker on the window is not a boot, but it's kind of like, well, I got to get a razor to get this off. It's serious enough. Maybe it will deter somebody doing it again in the future. And just other methods like that to enforce the parking versus, just put a gate up. So that's where I stand.
One other thing.
I'll let the applicants respond, but I did just want to make one comment, because I know Angel wasn't at our last meeting. It's just a reminder to council that there is a public pedestrian easement that goes through the parking lot up to Midland, and that's not being affected at all by this, and that the reason for removing the bicycle condition was just introducing bikes into where traffic is, when there's an existing area for bikes to go on the pedestrian easement. You can dismount and walk your bike.
Yeah,
through that area.
that's too much. I make that comment.
Just so everyone.
I'm not a fan of that.
One other thing too is,
just to be clear on that.
I think you gentlemen agreed that you would participate in a discussion on a holistic plan for parking in downtown the last time you were in here, and that we could look at that in the context of what's going to happen, from now on as we redevelop downtown, and the Homestead problem gets a solution arrived at, and several other things that impact the whole vehicle access issue.
That's a discussion to have with our full membership. I certainly can't bind the association. I'm in favor of always speaking. But as the president of the homeowners association, I formally withdraw the application, and we will deal with this otherwise. We have tried booting. We have tried stickers. It is somewhat interesting that people that don't live there or be there all the time say that the parking lot's not full. It is somewhat interesting that people say it's out of character because it's going to interfere with my parking in the parking lot, which is private property. It's unfortunate that we're at this position. We do face this problem. It's not manufactured. We don't want to spend money on this gate. We're compelled to spend money on this gate because the cost of not spending money on the gate and having enforcement is greater. But we withdraw the application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your time. So next up, we have item 7D, which is a public hearing and first reading ordinance number 10, series of 2026. Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving amendments to Town Code Chapter 16 zoning to establish an expedited review process for affordable housing projects to comply with State of Colorado Proposition 123. It's Carlton and James.
Hello again. I'll reintroduce myself, Carlton Henry, Planner 2 with the Town of Basalt. Here to introduce ordinance number 10, series of 2026. Again, this is public hearing and first reading. Sorry, there's a typo there. Which would create a new article of the Town Code in Chapter 16 This would be Article 23, expedited review for affordable housing, in accordance with State Proposition 123. This article would include 4 subsections related to applicability, review timelines, appeals, and vested rights. For a little background on this project, some of you may be familiar. The town is currently undergoing an update to the land use code. As a part of this process, staff became aware of a return to Proposition 123 that would be required from the Department of Local Affairs in the year 2026. As part of that process, the town would be required to show that it has met its requirements from the first phase of Proposition 123 in regard to creation of affordable housing units, and additionally to adopt a set of expedited review procedures to incentivize the creation or development or protection of affordable housing. Should the town meet these 2 criteria, the town of Basalt would continue in the future for the upcoming grant cycles, be able to qualify for funding through Proposition 123 that is then doled out by DOLA, the Department of Local Affairs. What you guys see in front of you here is language related to that expedited review procedure that the town of Basalt would be establishing for development applications which meet the state criteria for affordable housing. Those criteria include projects of which at least 50% of the units are deed restricted affordable, and at which the average AMI would be at least 60% area median income for rental projects, and at least 100% area median income for sale projects, or I should say at minimum.
Not more than.
Sorry. I will add, just as as a piece here, why are we splitting this out from the larger land use code process? So the hope is to have those land use code amendments in front of you guys by the end of the calendar year. However, DOLA is also including some additional financial incentives for municipalities that qualify ahead of that requirement. At the end of last year, they were offering $50,000. At the end of the second quarter here, the end of June, they are still offering $45,000 for municipalities that are able to meet both criteria that I explained there. Proof of hitting our goals for the creation of affordable housing, and proof of adoption of an expedited review procedure. I will note that, staff and design workshop have just split this out as a separate effort here that's still running in parallel with the other work that we're doing on the land use code amendments. And I'll just note, on process, the proposed code amendment requires review by Planning and Zoning Commission, which reviewed this application on April 21st of this year. And that's because this is part of the land use code section of the municipal code in chapter 16. Then additionally, approval by town council is required for adoption of the draft code amendments that are included as part of this agenda item this evening. At that April 21st meeting, Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed and approved the draft code language by a vote of 5-0. And again, an ordinance and the draft code language is included herein. I am happy to answer any questions that you guys may have on this. Jeff has also looked at this and has been working with staff and the town manager as well on this effort. So happy to answer any questions you may have. And as I mentioned, it should be a public hearing as well.
Thanks, Carlton. We'll open the public hearing at 8:49. If anyone would like to make comments. podium, raise your hand. I'll close the public hearing 8:49 and open it up for questions or comments.
So just a clarifying question. I'm understanding correctly that this expedited review process would only apply to housing developments that are 50% or more deed restricted, as well as a maximum of 60% AMI for rental properties and 100% AMI for purchase properties?
Correct, yeah.
So a very limited number of developments,
That's
if any, that we would ever have within our limits because of the cost of development.
That's correct. The
Okay.
state allows for a little bit of variation to that language, which we've been talking through both with the Land Use Code Working Group as well as Planning and Zoning Commission. And so part of that allows for adjustments to those minimums regarding area, with regard to AMI upwards. So you can go above and beyond. So you could say either you can drop that percentage and say we can incentivize projects that are less than 50% affordable. And so we could just say anything that meets our minimum, like if you're hitting the mitigation rate, we are going to incentivize you through an expedited review process. Or you can raise that AMI floor and say we will accept projects of greater than 100% AMI for sale development or greater than 60% for rent development, and allows municipalities for some local flavor, we'll call it on that.
Okay.
There's been discussion on it with a number of, I would say, constraints locally. We're hoping to see how this plays out. If it goes a year and we get 3 applications that meet it, and staff is scrambling to try to meet the state requirements as well as our new code language while managing, all of the rest of the workaday things that staff, has, that'll be a sign, right? If we don't see any applications and we're in a conversation in the future that we'd like to further incentivize by adding some of that local flavor and raising that to actually use it as a real incentive and not just meeting the criteria as set forward by DOLA, we can by all means do that. And that could be in 6 months when we come back with the land use code amendments at the end of the year. That could be in a year. That could be in 3 or 5 years. So that has been a part of the discussion at the land use code working group as well as at planning and zoning. And kind of the direction from both groups was just, let's start with the base and see how the reaction is from the development community.
Does that mean we could also raise that 50%? Like, could that turn into 75%? That's
No, so you can bring that down.
okay.
So you can lower the threshold there by encouraging the development of developments or applications, I'll say, where fewer than 50% of the units are deed restricted. So that would be like easing the threshold, or you can ease the threshold in the other direction using AMI. But you can't raise the threshold.
I got it. And then what about the 90 days? Is that also like, it has to be 90 days? We couldn't make it 120 or?
Has to be 90. However, there are opportunities for changes to that, particularly when you're seeing an incomplete application or when there's a change to an application that requires staff to pause. So we're calling that a pause, or and there are stipulations at the state level that allow for staff to, work with those changes.
And then my only other question I had
I'll just piggyback on that. Yeah, the statute, this is not a very well fleshed out process within the state statute. It defines, as Carlton said, what are the projects that qualify, and then the process is this 90-day process. And it applies to each step within the development process. But there's the ability for extensions when you're requesting additional information from the applicant, and that can occur a number of different times. So this process can get extended out, but it is set up for an administrative review for kind of this narrow scope of projects.
I'll add one more piece there. For larger projects where you're going to have significant referral reviews, think, FEMA, like loamers and clomers, so serious floodplain review, or, further discussion with technical experts. We're going to be doing our best, and the state has done its best to direct municipalities to capture those conversations at a pre-application meeting. And so we want to be working with, good faith actors who are developing in the town. And if people are coming in and want to have a predominantly deed restricted affordable housing project, the hope is that we're going to come in, have a good faith conversation with good faith actors who come to the table with all of the boxes checked. And when that 90-day shot clock starts, we're going to do our best to make sure that we hit, the marks and hit that timeline.
Then my only other question I had was about the part where it says for the for sale housing units means a monthly payment is less than or equal. I think so. This would be done during the initial entitlements and development. It might get built years later, right? And so my point is just like calculating somebody's mortgage payment could be really challenging when we're talking about something that's going to be sold years in advance. Rates changes, people need PMI, like there's just a lot of things there. Like, is that standard how things are currently done?
I would say so. Currently, that comes from HUD. It's a HUD definition, so that's a federal government definition. And how an applicant or how a development team meets that is somewhat outside of the scope of this language.
Okay.
If that's fair.
Yeah.
Did you have something?
I could just see that being a point where somebody might argue like, oh, we're going to sell them, and this is what their mortgage payment will be. But maybe that's not very realistic.
Yeah, our housing guidelines actually cover that. The housing guidelines identify when that price is supposed to be calculated.
Great.
It's like 60 days before expected CO, I believe. And the 30% of somebody's income, that's also from our housing guidelines. It's consistent with kind of our requirements in the guidelines too.
It's Jaffa based, right?
It's HUD and Jaffa based.
And I guess that's just like what big picture what I'm seeing like this. This seems like this puts a lot of kind of pressure on like the planning department, the building department to meet these deadlines, and maybe that means other projects get put on hold because this one needs to get fast tracked. And I guess I'm hearing like you guys feel comfortable with that.
I would say that we feel comfortable with the language is drafted, and that was again part of the discussion in responding to Angel's question. Part of the discussions that we had at the working group and with planning and zoning was around, folks literally asked that question was, do we feel like we're comfortable incentivizing a bunch of these applications? And the response was, let's start with what the state's giving us. So
to kind of meter it in and kind of experiment on how metering it in goes, in terms of a comfort level.
And again, there are a number of different ways or vehicles for addressing that. The state has a number of different grant programs for housing related specialists at, in a planning department or a similar role. And it may be in the future a goal of the town council to pursue a position like that and to pursue grant funding to fund a position like that. I'd say currently that is something that's outside of the scope of town staff.
I think this is a good example of Denver making policies that don't apply to the realities of a mountain town community. So I do think it's pretty unrealistic that we're going to see developments within these categories. So I'd like us to keep an eye on it and come back in 6 months, come back in a year if we haven't gotten an application. I know Pitkin County got a rural resort income petition approved at 120%. Summit County got 100. Lake County got 100. Vail went for 160 and then withdrew their application. So like there's a sweet spot in there. But I think it's reasonable for staff to say we might not have the bandwidth and we need to dose our way into this. I'll just say I'm supportive, but I want to make sure we like come back within a year to up that or apply for a rural resort petition if possible.
I would just make one quick clarification there. The rural resort income petition opens up a number of funding opportunities for the town. However, there are abilities here within the Prop 123 regulation that allow for the town to capture some of those higher incomes, as mentioned, without doing the rural resort income petition program. So we can just make those tweaks ourselves, which I think the state is learning from some of the challenges with the rural resort restrictions, or the maybe front range dominant restrictions that really have not been working in mountain communities. So now in this legislation, there is some flexibility for us to make those changes and tweak those dials a little bit locally without the state's input.
That's helpful.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I entertain a motion.
I kind of agree with Hannah, and also that the term affordable housing is kind of becoming overused. I mean, Pickens County's new growth advisory group, and what they're going to be talking about is community housing, which doesn't really have anything to do with 60 or 100% AMI. It's more about who can afford to purchase a deed-restricted house in Pickens County. And the last thing I saw was the average cost of living in Pickens County is about $157,000 annually, and the high end of the income in Pickens County is $131,000. So the opportunity, I don't think it gives us any more strength in our negotiations with developers either at some level until it's kind of fleshed out and, we see what happens. And right now, we're having good success with land use applicants that are coming at the 50% threshold with deed-restricted units. We have annexation powers. We have a lot of other land use levers that you can pull to get people engaged in this community. And I think that this is another staff management issue that might be a distraction during a developer's application. If it takes 3 years to get through the process anyway, what does this really expedite?
Well, I think that's one of the reasons we wanted to keep the AMI levels low, because council does have the flexibility to negotiate up to 50% with higher AMI levels.
So why do we need this?
Because it qualifies the town for state funding.
And so, the state has given municipalities these directives that if you want to participate in Prop 123 funding, you need to follow
Basically,
these.
you have to adopt this
check box.
policy.
Yes, you have to
Okay,
check
so
these
it's not
boxes.
really, it's not, that's the only advantage we're gaining.
Funding.
We want to stay in the game.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
stay
hear
in the
that.
game. We
This
gotta.
helps us stay in the game.
We're not just talking about the $45,000.
Right.
This is
right.
correct,
This
yeah.
is more of the
Yeah.
whole Prop 123 funding that we would be eligible for. So.
The $45,000 is a
I
small
was like, is this a
drop.
typo? Yeah, I was like,
No.
We're doing this for $45,000.
No,
That was my point, was
Doug said
that
we're
like
doing
in
okay.
exchange for adopting this, that we'll never really see at those levels because it's not realistic in this area. We get money? Yes.
Yeah.
Easy vote.
Then the next funding window, I believe, is 3 years.
3 years.
3 years at a time. So it would be from 2027 through 2029 that we would then be qualified through this. The $45,000 is for the 6 months early kind of buy-in. It's a small local planning capacity grant.
Can you
Does that have to go to affordable housing, or can that go to?
No, it's a local planning capacity grant, which is a specific kind of DOLA grant. So we would have to apply with an idea in mind for what that would go towards.
Do you have an idea in mind?
But it would be planning related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Local planning capacity for staff.
If they want to give us money, I want to take it,
Yeah.
so.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 10, series of 2026 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for June 9th, 2026.
Second.
Get that, Pam?
Ladies, let's go.
It's been moved and seconded.
Does dedication of a parcel one of the criteria that we could meet with our owned properties in terms of matching?
Unfortunately,
funding?
no, they're looking for like code changes and kind of incentivizing development through those code changes.
Okay, so my ask is, could you do a bullet point for the second reading and say, here's the 6 things we're gonna take advantage of
For
applying for these grants?
Maybe a better review over what Prop 123 is and how it contributes to funding at the local level.
Can do.
And we got a motion on the floor.
Would that help?
and
Is that
she's
kind of
out.
where
Yeah,
you're headed?
I think so.
At the second reading.
Yeah, we need an amendment to the motion, which is, there's one on the floor, and she left the room, so we need to get back.
So who said second?
So what's the amendment for? So
To add a background on the Prop 123.
we can just
I think
bring
we can
back
just
that
present
information.
it.
We don't,
Yeah.
that's not an amendment.
You don't
We can
need
just
it.
bring back that information.
Okay.
Fine. It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Let's begin with Angel Dupre-Bouchard,
Yes.
Greg Shaffrin,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Elise Hoddle.
Yes.
Anna has stepped out. Angela Anderson.
Yes.
And Rick Stevens.
Yep.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Cool. All right, next up, we have 7E. Thanks, Carlton, for that. And 7E is public hearing and first reading ordinance number 11, series of 2026, ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, adopting the Midland Avenue District Design Guidelines and approving amendments to Basalt Municipal Code, Chapter 16 zoning to amend Section 16-29, C2 Downtown Business District, and Section 1630 CSC Zone District. It's Carlton and James, so floor is yours again.
Hello again. Here to introduce, as the mayor just noted, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 11, series of 2026 for adoption of the Midland Avenue District Design Guidelines and the associated code amendments. Little background on this. I know we have a new council. Back in July of last year, Town Council passed a resolution to approve a contract with GM Shea Architects, who's been our consultant working on this project. As part of the 2020 Basalt Master Plan, there was a directive for council and staff to establish guidelines to protect the architectural and historical character of downtown Basalt. 2025 was a milestone in the history of Midland Avenue and downtown Basalt with the completion of the Midland Avenue Streetscape project and the beginning of the development of the Midland Avenue District Design Guidelines. The town, as I mentioned, brought in GM Shea Architects, a nationally renowned historical preservation and architecture firm who conducted a thorough review of Basalt's historic elements and created a set of architectural guidelines for staff to use moving forward on development, redevelopment, and rehabilitation of historic structures in our historic downtown. The creation of these architectural design guidelines gives a toolbox to use both for folks in the development community and members of the public to understand how to incorporate quality historic architectural elements into development in the town. The proposed design guidelines would be applicable to development and redevelopment in the C2 downtown business zone district, as well as the CSC zone district. Earlier this year, town staff brought a draft of these design guidelines to town council for a work session, whereby the design guidelines were moved into a final draft, and town staff worked with the town attorney to develop a set of code amendments which, through reference, adopt the Midland Avenue District Design Guidelines. By adopting the code amendments through reference, it would be similar to things like the Community Housing Guidelines or the Public Works Manual, whereby staff is given a set of guidelines to direct policy and regulation that exist outside of the municipal code but are noted for users of the municipal code through reference and directed towards those documents. Staff returned with the final draft of the Midland Avenue District Design Guidelines, as well as those code amendments, and brought that item to a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Similar to the last item, the code amendments are located in Chapter 16 of the Municipal Code, which requires hearing at Planning and Zoning Commission as well as 2 at Town Council. On May 19th, last Tuesday, Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the ordinance and held a public hearing in accordance with Section 16 to 67 of the Municipal Code. Planning and Zoning Commission approved the ordinance unanimously with the condition that staff address a public comment given during the public hearing. The written response from GM Shea Architects was provided for you guys on your desks this evening. You also received a letter from Miss Laura Main, which I also understand was included both as a part of the packet and provided printed out. Many of the concerns brought forward in Miss Main's letter were also addressed in the email from GM Shea Architects. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. As noted, this is a public hearing.
So let's go ahead and do the public hearing for this one. Opening it up at 9:11. And so we have somebody coming up, so.
Finally. So proud of you. I would like to thank our group here. They're amazing. Wonderful working with you. My name is Cynthia Milling, and I live up on Ridge Road. I have a very strong design background. I also worked for Gensler and Associates New York office. It's one of the top design firms in the country. So my first question about the design guidelines, I came to the P&Z meeting last week, and I was really concerned about some of the designations. So I brought up this question as to why the Midland Hotel is designated Pioneer Vernacular, which is essentially a log cabin with a gable roof and log pieces. And it was wonderful that our group here, they got through to Jessica, and she wrote me a letter, and I'm really thankful for that and her response, but I'm also becoming more and more concerned about our guidelines. If you were to look at the second paragraph, it says that the Midland Hotel is not formally registered, so therefore it's a period of significance, which means to be open to interpretation. So I'm really concerned that we have design guidelines that are open to interpretation. And I'm also concerned of how many other properties in town, landmark properties, that are open to interpretation. And so the significance for each property is identified here, and I wonder if they're accurate. And I really think a lot of this needs to be reassessed. Historically, maybe that's what Jessica's indicating here, I'm not really sure. But I thought that the Midland Hotel might be more Queen Anne, but it might still be more 19th century commercial. So I think that we need to have a more professional view of this, because she seems to think that it's open to interpretation, the guidelines that she's created for the designation. So that to me is really concerning. And because I know I don't have that much time and we're all tired, I wanted to go to the next note. There's this concept of alignment of the properties. So historically, the depot and the hotel were on an angle. And the reason that was is to allow the trains to move around. And in 1919, they moved the depot to align with Midland Avenue. And a lot of the C2 zoning says that the commercial property should be aligned to Midland Avenue. The depot in 1919 was realigned 80 feet to the southeast to Midland Avenue. And so there seems to be this concern now, all of a sudden, that this one property, I think, and there may be others, I haven't studied that, but the Midland Hotel needs to stay aligned the way that it is, when historically other properties have moved to become aligned with Midland Avenue. And also, we don't have trains anymore to worry about, so I think that section needs to be readdressed significantly because the sister property, the depot, was allowed to move historically, and I don't understand why this needs to remain where it is. And my third,
It's at 3 minutes now, so
oh, I have one more question, I'm sorry.
that's, yes, that's, wrap it up.
I've been waiting here a long time, maybe I should have been quicker. I am concerned also about this certificate of appropriateness. There is a very small font that identifies that any developer needs to be compliant with the guidelines, which I think need to be readdressed. I don't think some of the information in there is accurate. And the word compliant is extremely strict. It means you need to sign something that you don't agree with before you even have a discussion with all of you. So those are the three things I thought I would bring up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is anyone else interested in making, I don't think we have anybody else in the room. I don't see anybody else online. Close public hearing at 9:15. And open it up for questions or comments from fellow councilors.
I would be happy to respond to
Yeah, please,
the
yeah,
comments.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. So a few comments were made. One, I'll just make note of some of the historic processes that are available.
Mm-hmm.
So one, we do have a local historic registry, which identifies local buildings of significance, which was conducted in the 90s or early 2000s.
90s, late 90s.
So we do have a local registry which identifies important buildings. However, as Jessica mentioned in her email, this is not synonymous with a national historic registry whereby you would have a full, team of architects who strictly focus on historic preservation come and identify the architectural character of all of the buildings in a given district. And it's the understanding of staff that this is not the desire for the town of Basalt to come in and pursue National Historic Registry status at this time, although that is an avenue that remains open to us. I will also note that there is a wide set of architectural elements that are available for buildings looking to redevelop. And so while these guidelines have identified certain eras of significance and buildings that meet those eras or exhibit features of those eras as identified in the design guidelines, development teams looking to redevelop a given structure or property have a set of tools at their disposal which are not prescriptive and do not require following the exact, pre-existing features. While preservation is encouraged, it's not required. And then finally, I'll note, with regard to something like building placement, there is a waiver process for these design guidelines. Should a redevelopment or a team not want to follow the Midland Avenue design guidelines, they can apply for a waiver and make their case to council as to why their redevelopment does not, should not follow the Midland Avenue District design guidelines, and council can make a determination at that time. There are also waivers available for individual elements. So should, somebody come in and look to redevelop, we'll just use the case of the Railroad Hotel and say, we love everything about it, we want to keep it all, but because of the building placement stipulations, we don't want to meet that anymore, and just ask for a waiver from that one element in the design guidelines. And that's available to applicants as well. James, is there anything else you want to add to that?
I just would point out that this isn't just applicable to the historic structures. The guidelines are applicable kind of district-wide. So even in redevelopment of non-historic structures, these would apply, and you have the ability to get waivers on individual elements or entire developments. And then maybe on the certificate of acceptance, Staff added language. There's language in the draft guidelines in the certificate of acceptance that's included that says that you either need to comply or apply for a waiver. So it's not just you're signing off on complying as the applicant.
Yeah. That helps, because I mean, this is intended to provide some clarity, but with flexibility in order to maintain the character. We talk about character and use words like that a lot, but now we have something that people can read and look at. What does that mean? But even then, with the waiver process, which I think everybody is expressed in the work session process, we have to have, because there are going to be instances where, like Carlton's example, maybe we do something a little different, and there's a really good reason, and it's going to accomplish what we're setting out to accomplish with the design guidelines, but it might be not exactly what they say, but the outcome will be what we all intended throughout this process. So I think I'm happy for that, because I think some of the things that have been brought up, they should be, but we have to have ways to kind of deal with that stuff, and I feel like we do.
I had a couple questions, but I'll be quick. I know it's getting late. 4.1 on page 50. If you're looking at that last bullet point, open space must have, it's just like not worded very well. Kind of like a typo, but I would also stumble. I was looking at that, particularly thinking I'd like to see bikes and e-bikes mentioned in there, where it's talking about open space, be accessible pedestrians. There is a note under sustainability in 6.1 on page 100 about bikes, but just something I thought in there. The other one,
Could you repeat? I'm sorry. Which?
yeah, it's the
note
last.
under open
It's the
space?
last bullet point in 4.1 where it says open space must. It's not worded right. You see what I'm saying? The wording's just a little like stumbly, and there's a word missing, I think.
But it says open space must abut the pedestrian
I see.
walkway. Yeah.
I thought that was trying to say about.
About, yeah.
I thought there was something else in there.
Yep.
I was just kind of in there. I was looking through there thinking also like considering bikes.
Gotcha.
Like bike racks would be something I would note. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out kind of in general for us to think about, where it talks about paseos connecting to the residential hill district, and then the property owners and developers strongly encouraged to incorporate or enhance paseos as part of future projects. And then it goes in on page 54 talking about parking and encouraging developers to pay the fee instead of parking. And what I'm getting at is these guidelines are going to put pressure on that neighborhood we just had, was telling us about the parking problems, to have more people. Those paseos is getting people from the Midland district into these residential neighborhoods. And they're telling us that people are parking there to come into the downtown area, and these guidelines kind of encourage that to happen. And so I just think it's something to be aware of, is that I can see this contributing to that neighborhood's challenges that they've been talking about with parking.
Duly noted.
Yeah, just something for us to think about going forward. The other one on page 57, under landscaping, it says new turf installation is discouraged unless the space functionality would greatly benefit from the inclusion of turf, and then it says non-functional turf will not be considered. What is non-functional turf?
Yeah, so we had an extensive conversation and recently passed regulation to make the town of Basalt compliant with state regulation regarding non-functional turf. Non-functional turf is essentially turf grass that serves no discernible purpose. Think about it as turf in medians, turf, little strips of turf between a sidewalk and the street that require irrigation, maintenance, often through gas-powered equipment, and don't have any functional use for people. And so the hope is to eliminate non-functional turf in as many places as possible, and it's now required to eliminate non-functional turf, or to eliminate non-functional turf in redevelopment and new development in the town of Basalt.
Got it. Okay.
Basically, it's consistent with state requirements.
Great. Yeah, I'm just like a new guy. I'm just trying to like
No, you're all
catch
good.
up, learn these things. The other question I had was on page 80, where it talks about, it's the first bullet point, buildings may qualify for a partial third story for certain allowed uses. What are those uses?
So those are dictated in the zone districts. So in C2, you can have a third story if it's a hotel. You can have a third story if the second and the third story are all affordable housing. I believe that those are the two.
So there's a place somewhere where that's
in the C2 zone district, yeah.
Those are my main questions.
Someone mentioned the beginning of this discussion was back in the late 90s with Ann Freeman, and the goal was to meet the desire of Basalt's citizens to maintain a Western railroad town heritage. And following that process, we were written up in the Washington Post, and the quote was, "It's a quintessential mountain town." And the phone started ringing off the hook. And I had to look up the word quintessential at the time, given my background in the English language. But I think that this thing could use a little more detail. I agree with the letter writer here at the end. Let's get it right from the start, I think she says. I think that you've raised a couple points that are interesting on definitions. The redevelopment scenarios, you can drive 14 miles and see what's going on. The fees that you pay in lieu of parking, they're not a barrier to entry anymore for developers that want to redevelop in downtowns like here and Telluride and everywhere else. It's an interesting problem to have, I guess, to entertain someone that wants to come in. And I look at Two Rivers, Heathers, Midland Shoe, what is the potential there on those sites? And then again, with realigning Tempranillo's site potentially, what are you really creating there? A very narrow corridor and a very difficult situation for automobiles. And, we've often talked about an off-site parking structure somewhere, but somehow fees in lieu of never really make it to definitive parking improvements. We improve the parking we have or modify it, but we haven't really necessarily added any over the years. So I would maybe just let this percolate for a while and see if there's more public comment and, come up with a couple of redevelopment scenarios that are realistic. And the waivers have to be not an easy, it should be easy to qualify for a waiver because they tend to stack up on one on another. You get one, we also need this now, we could use this too. And it just continues the discussion for way too long. So, and we've seen that over across the street, everywhere, anywhere in the core. It started with the building we talked about earlier. There was a third building proposed behind it on the river that went away. So, I think there's enough here to do a little more digging, personally. I mean, we could improve it and bring all this back on second reading, I guess, but.
Carlton, since I'm new to this, can you, just for the record, address Laura's question about why the hillside neighborhood is no longer, how the boundaries were determined for the design guidelines?
Yeah, so the initial RFP for this project was for inclusion of the hillside neighborhood and for a set of residential design guidelines in combination with the commercial design guidelines. And there was not an appetite for that last summer. So there was extensive conversation at council, and I think some folks who are currently sitting on this dais could speak to that as well. But ultimately it was that the hope was to retain our commercial core, which seems like it's, part of the community and everybody has a stake in it, but to let people make their own decisions on their own private property, particularly on their residential lots. And so that was removed from the RFP. The proposal that was given to us by GM Shea was revised down to just focus on the commercial core and to remove the residential portions of their proposed scope of work, and we went forward just pursuing the commercial portion of that.
And Elise, I think there was kind of a sentiment that there's maybe more pressure on the downtown Midland area immediately than there is in the Hill District. So see how the Midland design guidelines go, and then maybe you could look at that in the future.
Didn't we have a house up on the hill get scraped?
We have. We've had a couple.
Okay, thank you for explaining.
My understanding of these guidelines and my hope for what they will be for the town is that it's a jumping off point. Like, they're not design rules, they're design guidelines. Because my opinion is that ambiguity is sort of the enemy of progress. So if somebody is starting on a redevelopment or building something, I think it's kinder to have guidelines for them to see as a place to start than to just start in the abyss. So I'm supportive of these guidelines for that reason. I do think that it should be easy to request a waiver because they are guidelines and not rules. So that, you know, I don't know how many meetings we've had about these. I feel like there's got to be at least the sixth one. I think that the people who have the most trepidation about these guidelines are looking at them as though they're rules. And I don't think that was ever our intention, was to say these are the design rules. And I know this is petty, but I do think the certificate of appropriateness is rubbing people the wrong way. Nobody likes the way that it sounds. Yeah. We're talking about small town character, and that's not it. So I don't think you need to change the intention of what it is, but I can't even say it without laughing. It sounds pretty uppity. Just call it something else.
I think James misspoke and said certificate of acceptance, but I think that sounded a lot better.
So much better the way you said it, James.
COA.
Well, yeah, a certificate of appropriateness makes me feel like I am being judged by somebody far better than me, and I don't like it.
Are we on what not to wear?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. It feels like my clothes are being judged by someone fabulous. I don't like it. Change it. I think everybody agrees about that. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents about the guidelines. They're guidelines. They're not rules, and I think people should be able to apply for waivers.
Well, and Greg mentioned the non-functional turf ordinance, but I kind of look at these similarly. You have the requirement portion, and then there's the kind of inspiration portion that people look at something that they use the requirement for it, and you have something that includes native or like non-functional, or the elimination of non-functional and the development of native, and they go, that looks great. Where do I go for that? And we have a toolbox of how to native your front yard, right? And then they do that themselves. They look at what's next door that was redeveloped, commercial, and then you go to the toolbox and you can do it yourself when you renovate your space as well. So that's kind of how I've been thinking about it personally.
And this is, I can't remember the gentleman who came who said that this is superior to having sort of a design board.
Yeah.
Right? Because, and I've had experience with design boards as well, and I do find that those are much harder to navigate. It's kind of up to how the people who showed up on the board are feeling about your project that day. I remember wanting to plant, there's a list of plants that you can plant in your flower beds here in Willits, and these are the plants that I picked. And then they said, but we don't really like these plants. Because too many people planted that plant, so you should pick these other plants. But I'm like, but here's the list of plants, right? And so I see this as like, here's the list of plants. So thank you.
So earlier tonight, we had an applicant withdraw an application because we sat here and so staunchly defended small town character. I see this as you know, we kind of have to honor that sentiment here. And these guidelines are helping us in that defense of our small town character. I do have a question, Jeff, that you can probably help me with in addressing Laura's comments. Are there any other properties that are affected by the orientation and placement / original location requirement? And if not, are we singling out that property? And do we open ourselves up to a potential for litigation?
I'm not sure what other properties are affected by that design standard. I don't know. You get.
I can't tell you. We'd have to do some research, which we could before second reading.
Well, that's what I was asking for. I think the same thing is,
Because
look at a couple redevelopment things.
And look, honestly, the redevelopment of Tempranillo personally terrifies me. It does. And it's a very real possibility because it is for sale. And I understand Laura's concerns as that property owner, right? She wants to maximize value of her property, and I appreciate those concerns. But then at the same, on the other side of the coin, I'm trying to envision Midland with the property pushed up, to the sidewalk line, to the zero lot line. And I think that would be a real loss. But legally, can we single out that property if it's the only one? And kind of to her point, tell her that we're kind of dictating and taking possession of her front yard?
Yeah, I guess maybe we'll bring more information back for you guys for second reading on that issue. I think the certificate of appropriateness issue. And again, I don't think that the intent of the regulations was it's certainly not to make, although it's an open space from an aesthetic and from a development and, from I don't know where on that property the existing building envelope is, there's not any public use of that area. That's still private property. It's just where within the site that development is permitted to occur. But we can bring that back for a second reading.
Yeah, it's not public use, but it's certainly, the aesthetics of it is public benefit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The fact that you get to walk by and it's this beautiful lawn area and not a building facade right there.
I would also make
breaks up the street on the side, and it's all so many.
Well, and we even put a design element into it during the streetscape. we have the railroad tracks that we put the different colored cement in there. I don't know what the materials are called, but to celebrate it.
I saw this as I think to the point of that letter is this does individual, we're talking 11 buildings here that are listed as contributing. So it does specify specific buildings to be preserved. So I kind of saw her letters well, that's kind of the intent of these guidelines is to preserve spaces like this. I don't know.
And there's, again, and James maybe, or Carlton, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but, with the elements for the development of the lot these are addressed in the design guidelines, but these are more architectural in nature. There's a separate process for, within any application for amending a building envelope in a existing or on a property like this for redevelopment that is layered on top of this, that this isn't, that would come into play through a land use application, right?
Yeah, through a historic designation, we've got certain site plan review requirements, so changing the location would kind of fall into that historic section of the code.
But there were a couple things that I think council's mentioned so far that they want a little more information on for second reading, so that alignment issue is one we can bring more back on.
Yeah, the certificate of appropriateness title, the kind of reviewing maybe potential for several different development scenarios, and we could bring back some information on that, and then looking at what other properties might be subject to the location issue related to the open space.
Is there still a lot of questions about the right-of-way behind Two Rivers and that quote alley that doesn't really exist, that exits up onto Homestead?
No,
that access, is that
was dedicated to a pedestrian easement, maybe 10 years ago now. There's not full public vehicular access, stop short of that, but pedestrian access is preserved.
All right, any other questions or comments for this evening? Is there entertain a motion?
I mean, I can try, because there's, would I incorporate, do I need to incorporate what James
I think
said?
you
Or
could make the motion as is written in the agenda and then say with direction to council to bring back information on the items we discussed.
Okay. Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 11, series of 2026 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for June 9th, 2026, with the understanding that staff is going to bring back the additional information that was requested by council.
Does June 9th work? 2 weeks?
If we can't get it done in 2 weeks, we'll just
continue it.
request a continuation further.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
I'm sorry, who was the second? Thank you.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, what do we have next?
7F.
7F, first reading ordinance number 12, series of 2026, ordinance of the town council of the town of Basalt, Colorado, granting an extension of vested rights to the PUD amendment approval for conversion of the commercial daycare into a single-family residence at a home daycare at 400 Alexander Lane, Lot 1 of the Southside PUD, Phase 4 subdivision PUD.
Mary's been so patient.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have
for waiting.
Mary Wolfer here as the applicant, also known as Miss Mayor. This item is first reading of an ordinance that would extend the vested property rights for conversion to a single-family residence and a home daycare. And the application was submitted by Miss Mayor. The background is that there was approval granted in 2023 for a PUD amendment for the Kinder Cottage at 400 Alexander Lane to be converted to a single-family residence and a single-family residence with a home daycare. The Kinder Cottage has continued to operate as a commercial daycare through that period, and so the vested rights on the potential conversion are up at the end of the summer. And so the applicant has asked for an extension of the vested rights to the end of 2027 for flexibility in making decisions on how to operate the site in the future. The draft ordinance has the standard conditions for vested rights extensions, including the requirement to satisfy building code and life safety code that's in effect at the time of a permit. And it would also extend the vested rights as requested until the end of 2027. So this evening, staff would recommend hearing any comments that the applicant has, providing council comments, and if you're comfortable, you could approve the ordinance on first reading. Mayor, do you have comments for council?
You did great. I wrote you all a letter. Things have changed. My daughter was able to secure housing with her young family. So we were able to move from the ADU to the farmhouse. My intent was to retire there and take care of more children before on the Kinder Cottage side, so that she could be housed with her family on the farm side. You know, housing's very hard here. But I thought, okay, we'll just stay large because there's such a need and it's there, and use the ADU for a young up-and-coming provider. Not that I don't want to keep doing it. It's been 45 years. I've got a few more years. But the kids deserve youth and experience, and I can help with that too on the other side. So I thought it was a win-win for all. But then, as you know, the crossover is so perilous. I'm not going to be there at all if I can't figure out something. So I need the time to see what I can do. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing what you do. And
Sure.
yeah, it's much appreciated.
I love the kids.
All right. sounds good to me. I'd entertain a motion unless anybody has questions or
I had one
comments.
quick question. I hate to. It just says right here in the approval conditions, number 1, the extension of vested rights of the commercial daycare to a single-family residence or a single-family residence with a home daycare.
Yes.
That or seems to be doing more. I don't see the or in the original recital.
The single-family residence is already permitted on the site in the PUD. So the single-family residence with the home daycare is the additional use that was permitted. But both uses are currently allowed through their approvals.
Mayor, thank you for being here,
That was
and,
it.
and I hope that we can come up with a solution to make the south side safer. Because you are providing a service that's much needed, and I think that we owe it to you and to the kids to make it safe.
The whole community. I appreciate it.
Okay, does anybody remember what the backstory was on denial of safe direct access? What is that? Sorry, again,
Safe
I'm
direct-
pulling the I wasn't here.
The second access into Southside, which I think
Oh.
HOA, right? That's the HOA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 12, series of 2026 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for June 9th of 2026. Although, did you say we could approve it in one?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
Second.
So moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you for
Thanks,
your
Ms.
patience
Mayor.
tonight.
James, can we put Miss Mary to talk?
Yeah.
Not late.
we had that underpass lot.
All right, well, we have an executive session, so I entertain a motion.
Motion to enter executive session. Oh, sorry. Mayor, I move that the town council enter executive session for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS 246402-4E, more specifically related to potential property purchase.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Ooh.
Aye. Well, thank you very much. We are going to continue the meeting in executive session, so we're going to be turning off the feed. Once we're done with the executive session, the meeting will be adjourned, so we're not going to come back on TV. So have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you next time.